Okay, welcome back, everyone. I think we're no, Paula left earlier, so we've got everyone. Brilliant. Okay, back to the agenda then. I believe we left off just before the start of Exmouth Withycombe Ward, which brings us then to site Exmouth 20, I think. I can't see the presentation, but while we resolve that technical issue, the first speaker I have for Exmouth 20 is Mr. Simon Collier, who is here. Very good.
Thank you, Chair. Just so I'm clear, are we discussing 20A and 20B separately?
That is a good question. I think they're on the agenda as separate. Yes.
So if I speak on 20A now, I'll have another opportunity to speak on 20A.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm speaking again on behalf of Eagle Investment South West Limited, which owns land at St John's, identified as Exmo 20A. The landowners welcome the recommendations within the report to consider this site as a realistic strategic site option for development. We have recently met with officers and confirmed that the site is available for development. As members will know, there is a significant need for housing, including affordable housing, within the Exmouth area, and this site is suitable for development to help meet those needs over the emerging plan period. Unlike some other identified sites, the site is not within the nationally important national landscape, formerly AONB, where national policy encourages that preference should clearly be given to allocating suitable sites, such as this one, which are outside the nationally important national landscape over those which are within those designations. The site is not within a green wedge either. Many of the good range of services and facilities Exmouth provides are within close proximity of the site and would be able to meet the day-to-day needs of new residents. But an allocation of the site would also provide an opportunity to strengthen these services and provide new facilities where needed, while opening up the site to provide public access to woodland and parkland within its boundaries to the benefit of existing and new residents. The landowner's overall vision for the site is for a contemporary development within a series of parcels, each set within woodland and parkland, where self-containment and connectivity will embed sustainable living and where walking and cycling will be the natural choice to access local day-to-day services and facilities. The delivery of infrastructure as required would help achieve the aim of creating a place where people can live, learn, work and play, all set within a strong landscape structure with ample open space and within a master plan that can respond positively to the setting of nearby heritage assets. Connectivity to the west of the site will prioritise active and shared travel over private car usage. This will ensure that nearby facilities can be accessed most conveniently by foot or cycle or other sustainable travel modes such as bus travel. The most direct route to local services will favour pedestrians and cyclists, and routes by car would be more indirect so as to discourage them.
That's 3 minutes, Mr. Collier.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have Councillor Chapman is not back yet, so I'll come to... Oh, she's gone, okay. In which case, I come to Councillor Matt Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. As the ward member for the largest allocation site today, I would like to thank the committee for standing currently at minus 318. I do feel somewhat slightly hoodwinked here. There are a number of issues with the proposed St John's site, namely ecology, heritage, possible access to the site considering the number of proposed dwellings. And I don't believe that currently, as it stands as an area, is sustainable. It is important to highlight that this site proposes to accommodate approximately 1,000 homes, which will bring to Exmouth between, my calculations, 3,000 to 4,000 extra people. Exmouth is currently in the middle of an infrastructure crisis, which is considerably more than just sewerage. It is about schools, places, it's about meeting doctors, it's about the myth of an NHS dentist. It's about you're lucky if you can get into Exeter by train without standing as things stand at present. However, speaking as a qualified planning officer, unless East Devon District Council is seriously saying that there will be no more development in Exmouth after this local plan, or that we will be somewhat smuggling in across the border into Lympstone, or that we will be building on the area of land down towards the coast, the, as I call it, golden triangle of land which runs from St John's through Ting Tong and down to Salterton Road, offer the expansion of Exmouth in one central location for now and for future local plans. The current proposal before us, I believe at the moment, is too small to provide the necessary 106 and necessary other funding to provide the infrastructure. That is not to say that I'm totally against the proposal, but there are ways that this proposal could be adapted that could utilise the existing ecology and heritage to benefit all, and would ultimately provide the infrastructure or help provide the infrastructure that this town needs. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. And I think you've taught me my favourite fact of the day so far, that we have somewhere in East Devon called Ting Tong. And out of Ting Tong. So I gather. Very good. So I have no other speakers registered on Exmouth 20A then, so we come into committee. Unless there's anything officers want to add by way of an update on, no, okay. In which case, Councillor Ingham.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank Councillor Hall for explaining so succinctly, the possibilities with this. I've said before, Chair, it's not for me to tell Exmouth, in my opinion, where they should make their choices, but I'm fascinated when Councillor Hall speaks and tells us of the great opportunity as a triangle that expands further than what you're looking at. And this is why I suggested earlier, Chair, I think we should have been looking at this one first, because it's not the first time when we were going through the workshop. That was the first time I heard this one as being a coherent option to all the controversy around Cortlands Lane, Summer Lane, Hulham Road, on what's acceptable and what isn't. And that what's so attractive, and the MPPF's right, it certainly was, with this idea of sustainability. It's so important, if you can, to have a sizable site allocated where you can provide coherent infrastructure over a period of time as you develop the site. So I'm quite happy to propose that we recognise this site for consideration as, for development. Sure.
Can I clarify, is that a proposal to allocate?
Yes.
Councillor Young, are you seconding? Because constitutionally I have to seek a seconder first.
Oh,
Yeah, there.
yeah, I'm there. Yeah, I would like to second. Obviously, we need to consider the church, St John's in the wilderness, that
Remains in the
which needs to be a major consideration to the planning, which might reduce the number of houses. But seeing that the recommendation for allocation is not, and we can possibly get 550 out of that, does that bring the figures back to a realistic
Well, I think it's favourable, Chair.
Do you mean, does it make up for all of the ones that you had us throw out this morning?
Yes.
Well, if we get 600, then yes, based on what we've got so far.
And headroom.
I would point out that pursuant to the previous report on the agenda, we're actually substantially below that 10% headroom.
That's right.
We're looking for substantially more, not,
Yeah, but
breaking even.
this helps in that direction. The workshop was supportive of this, and I listened to their discussions. And as long as we do take care of the natural landscape, which is on the boundary, and we take care of the around the church, some delicate design issues there, but I think that we should be supporting it. Thank you.
Mr. Freeman.
Thank you, Chair. Well, just hearing, the thoughts in the room so far, I just want to clarify that obviously this site, as things stands, I think this is something that came out of the working group meetings as something that was perhaps favoured more by members than it had been by officers up to that point. So there's just a slight caveat that there's further work needed in terms of understanding which landowners are still promoting land in this area. And I think there's still some reservations from an officer's perspective in terms of the access arrangements, given the limitations of vehicular access to the southern part of the site, which means the primary vehicular access would end up being to the north, which is somewhat out of the town. From a vehicular perspective, there are pros and cons there that could encourage walking and cycling into the town, because you'd have those walking and cycling routes to the south, which would make that much more direct and convenient. But from a vehicular point of view, you're encouraging lengthier journeys, I would suggest, by sending people sort of out of the town and round to get back in. So I think out of all of the sites, this is probably one that if members are wanting to pursue this, it needs some further work to be done. So just to highlight that caveat, but happy for members to consider it in the context of the information before you at the moment, with the understanding that some further work would need to be done before we could put it in as a concrete fixed allocation, is probably a better word. Thank you.
Proposal and second, are you happy on that basis?
Yes, I'm aware of the access issues and stuff that we need to work out, and aware that we need to work on the around by the church. But I think it's too good an opportunity to miss.
Okay, thank you. Wider committee, any comments? Councillor Davey.
Yeah, just to say that of the sites we've been looking at, it doesn't look like the worst. It does have some potential for sustainable connections. I'm looking at it on Google Maps. There are some areas of woodland within it, which I would want to see preserved, but with a sensible approach, I certainly wouldn't want to try and fit 1,000 houses in there, but I think you could, from what the developer was saying, you could have a sustainable, small scale, well, not small scale actually, but a development that was broken up into smaller pockets. So yeah, I think it's definitely got potential.
So just to clarify the proposal that's on the table, are you suggesting that 20A, which excludes 20B, goes forward, or all of site 20, including 20B?
Chair, we haven't debated 20.
No, that's true, we haven't.
To do that separately.
20B is listed separately. Okay, no, that's, I'm just making sure, because the diagram up there does cover them all. Okay, are there any further comments on 20A? Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. I can see the attraction of the large numbers, and I can agree with Councillor Hall about sustainability. When you've got the large numbers, you've got the chance of putting in some decent services, shops, dentists, doctors and the like, which are desperate for in Exmouth. My concern about the site in general is the lack of access. Do we know, have we got a proposal of how we're going to get in and out of this site? Because the easiest route would be from the top, the road that goes from Budleigh Salterton right through to Woodbury, but that's not going to be very effective if you've got to do that all the time. You know where you're going to walk it. You probably wouldn't cycle it because it's too steep. So it'll have to be accessed onto Dinham Way somewhere, and that is my concern. I know that is a planning concern as well, but you know there's got to be some form of a clue as to where they want to put it.
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you very much.
The prospective developers have advised of road access coming through site 20B from the south, so there would be a link through a housing estate and onto Dinham Way, and also highway access to the north to Tington. But there would be all sorts of scope for pedestrian, cycle and other sustainable transport travel modes at various points in the site, but particularly on the southern edges.
Okay, any further comments? No, okay, in which case then we have a proposal to take site 20A forward from Councillor Ingham, seconded by Councillor Young. Okay, those in favour? Those against? And those abstaining? Okay, 20A goes forward. 20B then. Mr. Collier.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking again on behalf of Eagle Investment South West Limited, which owns this land, identified as Exmouth 20B. We support the officer recommendation to propose the site to be allocated for housing development. The site is available for development. It is within a sustainable location, adjacent to the existing settlement boundary of Exmouth, and of a size that would mean it could be delivered quickly and would be capable of forming part of the Council's 5-year housing land supply. As the Council's own assessment acknowledges, the site is very well contained within the landscape, with existing trees forming the boundaries on all sides. This would mean that any development of the site would result in very minimal visual impact in comparison with many of the other identified sites. Access to the site could be achieved from its western boundary from adjoining residential roads, and evidence has been provided to officers to demonstrate that the existing highway network has a technical capacity to deliver an access to serve the development. It is also close to existing services and facilities and bus routes which would be conveniently accessible by walking and cycling. Information has also been provided to your officers to explain that nothing has been identified from ongoing ecology surveys that represents a constraint to the development of the site. A heritage assessment has also concluded that the site has no historical associations with or is visible from nearby heritage assets. We therefore request your support for the officer's recommendation to propose the site as an allocation. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. If I could just be clear about one previous point. At no point was I suggesting that I supported 20A. It's just a question that if Exmouth is forced to expand, that this is the area that it should look to. With that in mind, and bearing in mind previous comments with regards to proposal 20B, I find that I cannot support 20B on its own. I refer you to my previous comments about the infrastructure crisis that is facing Exmouth. This site, although many positives have already been explained, would not provide the level of housing that provides the money that provides the infrastructure. It just won't happen. Therefore, all it would do is add to and compound the issues that the town faces at the moment. And I would urge you not to support such a development. It needs to be looked in the round, not in these small sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Committee. Councillor Ingham.
Chair, I think, well, I certainly instinctively agree with that, but because of the debate we had on 20A and the adoption of that, it makes sense to add to that with 20B so that it all fits in. And the opportunity for development in Exmouth to involve infrastructure and coherent development over a few years is just so refreshing. I've been on this council long enough to have seen Brixington developed over the years, from just after its beginning right out to now Goodmore's Farm. And I remember listening to officers say, well, problem is no one wants to build shops, no one wants to provide all the extras. And that was the kind of attitude that was acceptable in, you know, the last century. But I don't think we can accept that. If it's possible to avoid that, if it's possible to develop a small community as part of Exmouth, the greater Exmouth, in a coherent manner, by goodness, this is what we should be doing, not what we were looking at this morning. Thank you, Chair. So therefore, I recommend that this is accepted as an allocation.
Thank you for that proposal, Councillor Ingham. I would point out, if you took all of the allocations around Littleham Road that we considered this morning and added them up with Goodmore's, you'd achieve a similar scale of development and a similar scale of infrastructure delivery. I won't say anything further there. We have a proposer. Do we have a seconder? Honestly, I don't know who I saw first, but I'll go with Councillor Bailey. Proposal from Councillor Ingham, seconded by Councillor Bailey, that 20B goes forward. I have Councillor Howe to speak.
I wish to pick up on Councillor Hall's actual point, and that is, should we be saying that actually we go back to the original of allocation 20, not splitting these two? And that, I think that's the point Councillor Ingham was also making. If we allocate them separately, they can come forward separately. So I have got that question for officers in particular. We really want to do it as one allocation and be coherent and deliver the infrastructure that will hopefully come from it. I'm not overly keen on allocating it as a separate standalone, shall we say.
So I'm reassured by Mr. Freeman that we would look at a single allocation, but of course the developer would be well within their rights to just bring bits of it forward piecemeal anyway. So we can indeed, they could do it in 100 chunks if they wanted to, a house at a time. There we go. Are there any other members of committee wishing to speak? Councillor Davey?
Just to point out, there is a belt of trees there and it would require to be accessed through the trees, so I'd want to see sort of additional planting in mitigation. There is a hedge running through the middle of the site as well, but it doesn't actually join up to anything, which is interesting. I think there may be walls there or something. I'm looking on Google Maps. Yeah, with that caveat, I think, well, it would be illogical to refuse this one or move on from it and then look at the whole site. So, yeah, I'm quite happy with this one.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Mr. Freeman has some points to add.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify on the point recently made in terms of the discussion that I think if we're allocating the site as a whole, we'd want a master plan of the site as a whole produced and a phasing plan as part of that, so we can try and coordinate the delivery of the housing with the infrastructure, coordinate the access arrangements and how this all comes forward. So just to reassure you that we would seek to try and control all of those things.
Okay, we have a proposal from Councillor Ingham, seconded by Councillor Bailey, that this goes forward as an allocation. Any further comments? No? Okay, in which case then, all those in favour? That's unanimous. Okay. That brings us then to Exmouth 24, land to the north of Salterton Road. And first up, we have Ms. James on behalf of Clinton Devon Estates.
Good afternoon. By way of introduction, I'm representing Clinton Devon Estates as the lead on planning for about 16 sites today. As many of you know, the estate holds land across the district: agricultural, residential, commercial, conservation, forestry, recreational and community space. We're involved on many levels with discussions for the provision of SANGs, water and sewage infrastructure, habitat mitigation and landscape recovery. And we know the challenges of affordable rural housing and community infrastructure. And at the moment, our property manager is taking about 5 calls a week and about 10 viewings on each house in East Devon. There's a need for housing. In 2022, we presented to members our sites across the district and have been engaged with the local plan process since. The majority of our sites today have been subject to detailed reports that consider and analyse layout, landscape, highway access, community and green infrastructure. They're credible sites, and a few of them I'll speak about today have been tested. We have a track record of delivering quality developments in this district with affordable housing and community assets. Exmouth 24 today adjoins Littleham Business Park and lies to the north of Salterton Road. It can take the 124 dwellings, and we have had scoped plans. It's co-located to a major urban area and the employment hub of Littleham Business Park. It's on a transport corridor with access from Salterton Road. And as one of the councillors today said, it's located in the Golden Triangle. It falls outside the East Devon National Landscape, and we believe that we would like to bring this forward for recommendation for allocation as a sustainable site that could deliver the housing required, but also with significant BNG and green infrastructure. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Chair, Committee. Very much in a similar vein before. Exmouth 24, to my opinion, does not work as a standalone site. This would create a community within a community. It is different if it forms part of a wider master plan of the area. And I think we must be careful when looking at sites like this. If we don't think of future development, we're actually boxing in existing development. We need to be mindful of that. So, Chair, members of the committee, if this is a standalone site, I do not view this as sustainable. I view this as compounding the problems that Exmouth faces. And again, as similar before, if it's on its own, my impression is that it would not bring a constructive 106 agreement that would provide infrastructure to the town. However, if it forms part of a master plan of the area, some of those concerns melt away. Thank you, Chair.
I must say I fully agree with you, Councillor Hall. It's a little tongue out into the open countryside on the wrong side of an industrial estate. So on that basis, I'm going to propose from the chair that we move on from this site at this time. Does anybody on committee wish to speak? Councillor Ingham.
Yes, Chair. In generic terms for looking at Exmouth, if Exmouth 20 were to go ahead and Exmouth 18 were to go ahead, looking at 24, I would suggest with so many houses, there has to be jobs on offer as well. And I heard the representative from Clinton Devon Estates saying they were minded that that sort of development could be residential or it could be for employment land. I think we may move on from this one at the moment, but I'm thinking we may have to revisit it to see if that would help support 20 becoming a coherent community with jobs on offer as well as houses, because however much national government talks about the need for housing, Chair, the new government has told us that it's important to rely on growth of our economy as well. And we can't do that if no one's got a job. Thank you.
Indeed, and in that respect, the new government, same as the old government, can I say. That being said, this is proposed for houses, not for jobs, in the submission that we've had, as I understand the report. Any other comments from committee before we go to a vote? No? Okay, in which case you have a proposal from the chair to move on from this site. Those in favour? Those against? And those abstaining? Is that unanimous? Did you vote, Mike? Yeah. Okay, very good. In which case then, we come to Exmouth 18. Ms James, welcome back.
Exmo 18, we call it Liverton 3, but it adjoins Liverton Business Park and proposes mixed commercial use. It supports that need for jobs. This is one of the few sites proposed in this plan for Exmouth for the delivery of employment. There is a demand and a requirement. My commercial colleagues answer all the time calls from businesses that are startups, businesses that want to grow and develop, and from national and international firms. And I think if you go to Liverton, you'll see that mix, but we know that there is still a demand. This is a viable and sustainable site on the fringes of Exmouth, adjoining the current business park, and it would support and complement that need within the district. Thank you.
Councillor Hall, there's a pattern emerging here.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I think this is the final time for me today. Hooray. I cannot support a local plan for Exmouth that includes housing but does not include jobs, because that's a recipe for disaster. Therefore, I 100% support the allocation of Exmo 18 for jobs, for the creation of jobs, for new jobs and expanding jobs within Exmouth. There are two slight caveats to that. One, that really should form part of a request to Devon County Council to improve the Liverton junction onto Salterton Road, which is not fit for purpose now, let alone if you add on additional commercial traffic. And really, let's keep our fingers crossed that Dean Way does happen. Otherwise, potentially, this could force commercial traffic either to go through the town, which we don't want, or the unsuitable, and I know you like the term, Chairman, Ting Tong Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Committee, Councillor Young?
I think we should support this one.
Is that a proposal?
Yeah,
Yeah,
proposal.
okay. I saw Councillor Parr nodding first. Would you like to second? Okay, there we go. Any other members to speak? Councillor Ingham?
Well, this does gel with 24, doesn't it? So it'd be interesting to see whether Clinton Devon Estates come up with a proposal that we consider 24 for employment land or not, because Councillor Hall was right when he said this would go towards, supporting the housing development. But we know that's only a small number of jobs in proportion to the number of houses. And we need to make Exmouth sustainable as a working and living town, not a dormitory town, which has been almost in terms for the last 50, 100 years.
Okay.
It's got to stop.
I'll move us then to a vote on Exmouth 18. We have a proposal from Councillor Young, seconded by Councillor Parr, that Exmouth 18 goes forward as an employment allocation into the Reg 19 plan. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Okay, that brings us then to Exmouth Littleham. And the first site up is Exmouth 17. And the first individual registered to speak, I have a Mr. Roger Gibson.
I feel, seeing as what's happened today, that this particular site is a sitting duck, but anyway. In 2016, the local plan devised by Exmouth residents stated, "We must conserve the natural environmental qualities of the area, including the AONB, or natural landscape, and other countryside assets." The Labour government, I read, asserts that any development should benefit communities and nature. Building on this large tract of farmland that you've labelled Exmouth 17 would do precisely the reverse of this. So what would be gained by proposing Exmouth 17 as a building site? Well, number one, in your minds, I guess, you will meet government targets, or partly. On a prime, beautiful site like this, it's going to be an expensive site, so developers will want to build expensive houses. And I don't think many of those will be bought by people who already live here. So you're going to get an increase in population. Using national averages, this could add 900 people and 900 cars to the town. This would put major pressure on infrastructure such as roads, medical practices and sewage systems. The third gain would be quite a lot of money for Clinton Devon. What would be lost? Well, ironically, first of all, you'd lose the coastal protection area. That would be torn up. That was there to stop building. You will lose, secondly, food producing farmland that will be lost forever. We'll lose the beauty of this AONB, or natural landscape land. That will be lost forever. Wildlife and biodiversity on this land will be lost forever. We hope, and I'm sure it's true, that the council will be letting the government know that we have no grey belt and that building of new large estates in Exmouth isn't really feasible. And another subject, if you're a young, low-paid individual or family, you know that you'll never have a permanent home. The crying need in Exmouth is not for high-end houses, but for modern houses and apartments for low-paid individuals and families that have affordable rents or rental shared ownership schemes. This won't happen on Exmouth 17. In a previous consultation, Exmouth people expressed the view that powerful landowners should not be calling the tune. We suggest, if farmland is the only option for building, looking again at land north of Salterton Road for building the homes that less affluent people need. It's neither AONB or coastal protection land. We think if you adjusted Exmouth 18, so maybe you take the southern half of it away, there would be room for expansion of the Littleham Business Park at the bottom of the slope, with houses and flats further up the slope and alongside Salterton Road. And if that were the case, the houses would be adjacent to a couple of existing houses that are there. We hope that in the rush to meet government targets, you will be able to try and prioritise placing the homes we actually need in locations that minimise their impact on nature and the beauty of East Devon. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. I think I probably speak on behalf of everyone in committee when I say we share your frustrations with the call for sites process that's set out in the guidance, and indeed frustrations with government's failure to give us the powers we need to bring forward those affordable houses you mentioned. I'm not sure there's anything else I can add. So I won't. I'll come to Ms. James.
We see Exmouth 17, the land south of Salterton Road, as an opportunity to meet all of these issues that you're raising. About a site that creates a community, that provides infrastructure, and also provides habitat for wildlife. We have, with professionals, undertaken detailed design and feasibility studies on this land and can confirm that the site can accommodate the allocation of around 400 dwellings sustainably with affordable housing to meet the needs of Exmouth's community. From the scheme design, thought has been given to its layout and landscaping focused to the north and eastern parts of the site, taking into account the national landscape, which isn't and shouldn't be held in aspect, but is a living, working landscape. But it takes into account the topography of the ground, the heritage features of the church, and the adjoining settlement of Littleham. Green infrastructure laid out to the west is sensitive to the church, and it can provide community infrastructure and some employment land. The site can retain connectivity to the strategically important cycleway owned by the estate and leased to Devon County Council, and Littleham Business Park to the north, with an improvement and suggested roundabout for Littleham Business Park. We believe that this site is part of a master plan for the eastern side of Exmouth, and by working with district council members and officers, maybe we can meet the needs and objectives of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to ward members then. I have Councillor Hookway first.
Thank you, Chair. Is that better? Okay, thank you. Right, okay, so I'm objecting to this site. It's outside the built-up area boundary. It's open countryside. I'll come back to that point in a moment. It sits within the national landscape because it is an area of outstanding natural beauty. My concern about building within a natural landscape is that this, and I don't like using this phrase, this development could be a sort of a Trojan horse. If you allow building here on a national landscape, you are opening the Pandora's box to building on national landscapes across the district. Now, the reason why this is open countryside is that this is high land. For those of you who don't know Exmouth, you need to understand that the town rises from the seafront and rises up towards the knoll leading down into Budleigh. This is an area of high land. It is visually prominent. It will stick out like a sore thumb, and it is exposed. It is exposed to the four corners of the wind. It is a misty, windy, wet area in the winter, and I, for one, frankly, wouldn't want to live there, and I don't expect many other Exmouthians would. So my question really centres about what exactly does the developer tend to do here? What type of properties? Are they going to be high-end properties? Because I don't think Exmouth people are going to go here. They'll go to people from outside the district. Now, the developers just talking about community and so on, and they've also mentioned that they would be housing, there would be affordable housing, and there would be an employment side. And that, for me, suggests that there's a bit of hedging of bets going on there.
It's not a sustainable area. It's completely isolated. It's out on a limb from the rest of the town. It is set aside and bordered by the Salterton Road and at the north of the Littleham estate. It's a very seductive number, what you're being asked to think about, but it's a poor choice. I absolutely support the comments of my fellow councillor, Councillor Hall, about Exmouth. It does have an infrastructure crisis, forgetting the sewage, of course, but we have brownfield sites in the town that need to be developed. They would be much more suitable and much more popular and would probably, I believe, gain greater numbers of houses and so on. I'm also concerned about the impact of any development here on the southern end of the site, particularly on the church and the area around the church. That's a very old and historic settlement. So, I think I've covered my points. Oh yes, the other point is about community infrastructure, which we have partly mentioned. We haven't heard much about how, what exactly will be given to, sorry?
That's 3 minutes, Councillor.
Okay. My concerns are about infrastructure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Ann Hall.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. I certainly object to this site being allocated. It is contrary to MPPF chapter 15, paragraph 180 and 182, in the fact that it's in the national landscape. And therefore, under these guidances, it has great weight and should be given to conserving and enhancing landscape and scenic beauty, which have the highest status of protection. It also is it's in contrary to Chapter 15, paragraph 183, development within the National Landscape Permission should be refused for major development. This is classed as major development. And if it was anywhere else, not in the national landscape, I would support it, but as it is, I can't. Also, only in the last few months, there's been a public consultation regarding coastal protection areas, with the idea of expanding this area to cover the whole of Exmouth 17. The responses from the residents was outstandingly in support of expanding this area. This is a highly visual area, highly sensitive. It certainly needs protecting. We regularly have a planning committee have applications which are recommended for refusal due to the visual impact on the national landscape, which is close by, but not actually, the application is not within the actual curtilage of the national landscape. But it's the impact which we have to say, no, we don't want that planning application. This is certainly not to be taken lightly. The area is actually a green space for locals to actually use as an amenity space. And for their mental health and well-being, we cannot take this away. And the cycle track, which leads right down through to Budleigh, is really important to have the open aspect for mental health and well-being means. So therefore, with the idea of also having a listed church in its vicinity, we should actually not approve this application for this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. I believe then we come to committee. Councillor Davey.
Well, once again, we're looking at one of the least worst options, aren't we? It does have sustainable links to the town. It is right on the edge. Yes, it is in national landscape, but it's an area of farmland. We're not talking about the Blackdown Hills here. It is right on the edge of Exmouth. It joins up to the rest of it. It's not an isolated development. And yeah, I mean, all things being equal, I probably wouldn't build anywhere in Exmouth, but if we've got to, there are worse places to site it.
Is that a proposal, Councillor Davey?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, constitutionally then I have to seek a seconder first for the proposal to allocate. Are either of you seconding? Yeah, okay, Councillor Ingham is seconding. Wish to speak?
Listening to the first speaker, I take his point on, the significance of Salterton Road, but those potential sites that could come forward haven't come forward as yet. So this is what we're offered for 410 houses. Yes, it's in the national landscape. What's of importance to me is coastal protection area and green wedge, because forgive me, we define those. Someone in Whitehall defined that national landscape a long time ago, however important it is. So I do believe that expansion of Exmouth has to be, where possible, on the south and southeast part of the environment. And at the moment, there isn't a series of options just north of Salterton Road. It is coherent. I mean, Littleham used to be a village of its own, and although it's now wrapped up as part of Exmouth, it's rather a nice part of Exmouth, and it's coherent. So I believe we would be making the right decision if this one goes forward because of its proximity to other sites.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ingham. I have a feeling we may get a request from the Budleigh councillors for their own green wedge between Budleigh and Exmouth at this rate, quite frankly, but there we go. We have a proposer and a seconder. I have Councillor Young, then Councillor Bailey.
You're there?
Right, I'm there. No, it's national landscape, and we have to give really good justification why this should go forward instead of some other sites. And it's my belief that developing on Higher Holland Road is worse than developing in the national landscape, because the gateway to Exmouth is down that Holland Road with those trees on either side. We lose that, we lose the character of Exmouth. This portion of the national landscape, yes, it's right on the edge. There are sureties that a cycleway will stay. I would expect that, and there's going to be other benefits from the site that for the greater area. So if we can come up with the justification of building in the national landscape, we've got other sites coming forward in the next couple of weeks and possibly this afternoon of building in the national landscape. It's not an absolute no-go, but we have to give extra justification for developing in there. So I do support this. Thank you.
Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. There seems to be some difficulty as to whether it's in the natural landscape or not. In actual fact, it's adjacent to, it is not in it at all. As far as I can tell. Well, I stand corrected. So, even having said that, it's not going to be seen by many people as regarded as a blot on the landscape. So, I can't see where the actual problem is. It's right on the main road, it's right on a bus route. directly across the road, there's various businesses and shops that would be available to the proposed residents. So I would be in favour of it. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Freeman, did you want to come in at this point?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I wanted to highlight a point of principle here because I think this is the first site you've considered that is within the national landscape. So I need to make the point that the national landscape is the highest landscape designation in the country, basically. There's national parks, but on equal sort of footing. And we are recommending this for allocation, I should say, but we do that with great reluctance, I would say, because of the housing numbers that we're having to meet. But I think it's important that members consider this in the context of some of the other sites. Bear in mind you have rejected other sites earlier today that are not in the national landscape, are not in landscape designations at all in some cases. And there were comments earlier about, this being a better site than sites that were within the Green Wedge or within the coastal preservation area. In terms of the tiers of landscape designations, national landscapes is way up here. Your green wedges and your coastal preservation areas are way down here in terms of that hierarchy. So while I would agree that the officer's recommendation here is because we can't meet our housing needs, unfortunately, without incurring into the national landscapes and out of the national landscape sites before us, I think this is probably one of the least harmful in terms of the integrity and purpose of the national landscapes. But I think we will run into problems, I suspect, through the examination process if you're allocating this site ahead of sites within the Green Wedge and within coastal preservation areas and seeking to protect those and give those greater weight in terms of their importance than the national landscape. So while I understand where the mood is going in terms of committing in terms of this site, I think it does call into question some of the issues raised on previous sites that you've currently rejected. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Does anybody else wish to speak on this site? No? Okay. In which case, we have a proposal that it goes forwards. I've forgotten who proposed and seconded it.
Councillor Davey, Paul seconded, Councillor Ingham.
Okay, Councillor Davey proposed, Councillor Ingham seconded. Thank you, Mr. Hunter. In which case then we go to a vote on this one. Those in support of this going forward for allocation? Yeah. 6 in favour. Those against? 4. 4. Colin's not putting his hand high up. Okay, so that allocation is carried then. We move next to Exmouth 06, Douglas Gardens in Exmouth, and I have, if I can find the correct piece of paper, first up, Ms. James.
As you're aware, Exmouth 6, Douglas Gardens, is a proven site within the previous local plan framework with a resolution to grant planning subject to a section 106. And that resolution to grant was given in the spring of 2003. Section 106 provides affordable housing and the NHS contribution. The site was brought forward after a request from the council as it was a sustainable development, and we promoted that and brought that forward at the request of the council. This site is ready today for delivery, subject to the signing of the section 106 and confirmation of a planning consent, and it would and could meet the housing need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James. I'm going to come to Mr. Freeman briefly.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify suggestions that the site was brought forward at our request. It's not quite the words I would use. Obviously, we're in a position where we didn't have adequate housing land supply. That was made clear, and so developers were bringing forward sites to help to bolster our housing land supply position, and the site was considered in that context and ultimately supported by the planning committee, and as has been said, has a resolution to grant, but I wouldn't say it was requested that an application be made. So just a slight difference in terms of terminology there, but it does have a resolution to grant subject to 106. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Anne Hall.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief on this one. Whether this will ever come to fruition is questionable, but as we hear, it's ready to go. But it has the planning permission and is therefore in our local plan by default. This site, with the cost of the removal of spoil, will not deliver the type of housing that is required by local people and families, and at an affordable cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Committee. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. This site has been very controversial over several years. The main reason for the controversy is there has been alleged some skullduggery as who owned the access to the site when a bungalow was purchased by someone who apparently didn't actually own the bungalow in the first place. But that's by the by, shall we say. I say allegedly because it's rumoured. I have no evidence, but it's that indeed. The problem is that the bungalow has been purchased, and the bungalow is perfectly usable, and it's going to be demolished. And it's going to be demolished with an entrance into Douglas Avenue. Now, if this should take place, the entrance will be very steep into Douglas Avenue. And when it came to highways first, they had objections because it was dangerous and there was no visibility displays without buying part of the land owned by the houses on either side. This didn't happen. So then it came back again after refusal some time later, and highways changed their mind and had no objections. We don't know why they changed their mind, but they did. So that's where we are at the moment. I believe the site is up for sale and has been for some time with apparently no takers. So it's going to ruin, I think, the valley that it's going to be built in, because there's no other buildings actually in the valley. There's a back of Plum Park, which is adjacent to the valley, which is aspirational to be a park land going down to the seafront. So the residents, which I represent many of them, are not happy at all. And I'm sure you recall lots of emails and letters coming at the time. So I'm here to, without being prejudiced, I'm here to represent their views, which I'm doing, and I'm not in favour of it at all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Worth pointing out that this is not inside the Exmouth Neighbourhood Plan's Valley Park policy. That area, the boundary of that on the north side of that area runs along the south side of this site. Councillor Young.
Seeing this site has got planning permission now, why are we now discussing if it should be in the local plan?
Because it doesn't yet have planning permission. It has a resolution to grant from committee, but that's subject to the agreement of a section 106. So it doesn't yet have planning permission.
We've got another one this afternoon, I believe, on there. Seeing that it would be very difficult to not support this after it going through a planning application, I think we should be supporting this site. So I would, my proposal is to recommend approval.
Okay, is that seconded by Councillor Howe? Yep, okay. So we have a proposal for this to go forward as an allocation from Councillor Young, seconded by Councillor Howe. Does anybody else wish to speak? No? Okay, in which case we'll go to a vote then. As I say, proposal to allocate by Councillor Young, seconded by Councillor Howe. All those in favour? Those against? 1. And abstentions? 1. Okay, that is carried. It's been a long day. Exmouth 08 is up next then, Littleham Fields in Exmouth, and again, Ms James.
Apologies. This site lies to the south and east of the Plum Park development and adjoins Littleham. We have had detailed scoping of this site, which shows that it can accommodate, with access from the new development, the allocation of 40 dwellings. In its design, it's designed to fit with the adjoining development, with 50% of the site providing green infrastructure and the BNG exceeding the 10%, taking into account the lie of the land, the landscaping, and the proximity to the current settlement. And we would please ask members to support this site. Thank you.
Councillor Anne Hall. I could do a recording of this, couldn't I?
Again, thank you, Chair. Going to be brief. This site just is a bolt-on to the newly developed Pankers site, which is where it's going to, by looks of things, going to be accessed by. My fear is that the development doesn't add any positives for the residents of Littleham, and is just adding 40 properties with no additional infrastructure benefits for Exmouth. That is it. Thank you.
Short and sweet. Okay. Coming into committee then. Councillor Howe.
I recommend we accept officer's recommendation and move forward.
That was quick. Okay, we have a proposal to allocate from Councillor Howe, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Ingham?
Just to note what Councillor Hall said there, she is right. It's unfortunate that, you know, when you look at the lay of Green Farm, that we can't consider that as one entity, and it looks like this is going to be piecemeal, and the people who will lose out will be probably the people of Littleham, who won't get the supporting infrastructure that could be achieved if it was done as one site. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ingham. We have a proposal and a seconder. I had a brain blank for a moment there. Does anybody else wish to speak? No? Okay, in which case we'll go to a vote then. Proposed for allocation by Councillor Howe, seconded Councillor Bailey. All those in favour? Nine. Those against? And those abstaining? Okay, that is carried. Exmouth 16 then. You'll never guess who's up next. It's Ms James.
This is a relatively small site. It's a small infill site of Elm Lane. We have scoped it, looked at the layout. The actual scoping takes up less than sort of half of the site, so quite spacious in how it's designed, and can provide for 5 units. We do believe, again, the same arguments, a sustainable location within Littleham and does adjoin the urban area as an infill site. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Chair. Part of this site is in flood zone 3, which is why I presume there's quite a large green area. But we will need mitigating measures to make sure that it doesn't make the situation worse down in that area, because if I remember right, Mare Lane actually floods quite regularly. This site will encourage the use of cars, etc., as it's too far away from any proper shops, doctors, etc., and therefore would personally class this site as unsustainable due to the reliance on the motor vehicle. But as we hear, it's supposed to be sustainable. All our sites are actually too far away from a lot of the amenities and shops, but it's just another bolt-on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Members? Councillor Howe?
Once again, unfortunately, yes, recommend for approval and go forward.
Is that seconding, Councillor Bailey? Okay, thank you. Anybody wish to speak? No? Okay, well, we're rattling through these then. We have a proposal to allocate from Councillor Howe, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Those in favour? Those against? And those abstaining? Okay, that is carried then. And as that brings us to the end of the Exmouth ward sites, we're going to take a 10-minute break until 3:05. Okay, welcome back, folks. We are conscious of time and that we are still significantly behind schedule compared to where we thought we were going to be. We are going to push on and try to get through everything that is on the agenda still, but we'll make a call in another hour, hour and a half or so, depending on where we are. At that point, I would make a plea to the remaining members of committee who are here. Please keep your comments brief. If you've got nothing to add to the officer report, then please don't feel the need to speak. Quorum is 5, so that's myself, the vice chair, and 3 members on the floor there. So we're okay for the moment, but please don't leave. And with that said, then we come to the to agenda item 9B. We've progressed an agenda item, and we come to site Lympstone 01, and I have first up Ms. Diamond.
Members have already been made aware of the flood risk in the Wootton Brook. This is another site which potentially drains into that brook. The brook is highly vulnerable to pollution, and any development here must ensure that the waters ideally are directed away from the brook and Lympstone. However, the drainage to the south is problematical because it goes to a pumping station which currently handles the properties around Sowden House and Sowden Farm. Development should not really proceed until South West Water's sewage system in Lympstone has been improved. The allocation of this site and others potentially in Lympstone could lead to the village having something like another 200 houses. We feel that this is far more than really the village can cope with, and it's an extraordinary amount for the village facilities. The school has to use the village hall and only has a temporary classroom. There are no playing fields for the football and cricket clubs and only one shop. It would appear that it's considered to be appropriate for a third-tier settlement only because it has a station. However, this only has parking for 13 cars. Apart from this particular site, all the other proposed housing allocations are all some distance away from the village centre and likely to depend on the car for transport. Budleigh, which has a greater range of facilities apart from a station, appears to have an allocation of only 25 houses. I would ask members to reconsider the distribution of housing in the light of this. I'd like to add that I actually was a planner with the National Park Authority, and we still had to find houses in the National Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diamond. I can't say I particularly disagree with you about the dichotomy between Lympstone and Budleigh, but there we go. Councillor Francis.
This site is currently land behind the garden of 22 Underhill Crescent, and it would require demolition of the house to gain access to it for the number of houses you suggest. The Lympstone Flood Resilience Group have some concerns regarding this site, which we feel, despite our support in principle, you need to be aware of and consider at any future planning application stage, and carefully review if the site is selected for development in the new plan. It must also be stated that the owner of the property has a current planning application for 2 houses on the part of this site that does have a separate access. The PC supported this application as they were for smaller family homes. The senior property owner shared in our planning meeting that he and his wife planned to remain at the property for the rest of their days, and they were not interested in developing the remaining part of the site. However, once his children had inherited, then he could not speak for their intentions. Despite these concerns, the Parish Council believe that this site is a logical one to be included in the new local plan for development. It does not take away our agricultural land, and connectivity to utilities could be achieved relatively easily. The site is within easy reach of the village centre and services on foot, and it would, of necessity, be of a small, close layout, favoured by us and our neighbourhood plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Francis. Mr. Wintrell, the landowner. Just the button on the right, you'll see the red light come on. There you go.
Chairman, committee members, site shown before you consists of a central garden area behind the 22 Underhill Crescent, and either side of that, two small paddocks adjoining the garden. The site is enclosed on three sides, east, north and west, by residential land and properties, and as such is within a residential site curtilage and not isolated in the countryside. To the safe boundary, there is a substantive earth bank and hedge approximately 3 metres high, which forms a natural boundary, and beyond which starts the coastal preservation area. The site should be considered as infill, I believe, relating well to the surrounding housing. The site is accessed at present by two driveways, one to the northwest and one from Underhill Crescent along the side of the current house. Under each of the driveways is a foul water sewer connection. The site is approximately level, not subject to flooding, and comprises of a stony, poor agricultural grassland. All rainwater drain off from dwelling roofs, driveways and parking areas will be retained within the site via infiltration and rain garden planting. There should be no risk of flood risk off the site. The site selection report identifies this as a preferred allocation site for 8 dwellings. The developing local plan locates the site outside the proposed green wedge area and within the new Lympstone built-up area boundary, identifying the earth bank and hedge at the south of the site as a natural boundary. This preferred allocation clearly indicates that the principle of development of the site is deemed acceptable, fully sustainable, retains the rural village identity, and enhances the boundary between Lympstone and Exmouth. Constructed dwellings will be located adjacent to existing pavements and within 5 minutes walk of the village centre, the railway station, the doctor's surgery, the primary school and the estuary trail. Although each dwelling would have a car parking area for at least 2 cars, the site position...
That's 3 minutes, Mr. Wintrell.
Is that it?
I'm afraid so.
All right then.
Thank you. If you could just switch the microphone off, please. Thank you. Next up, Councillors Young and Ingham, would you like to speak now or in committee? Okay. Is that going to be the case for all of these? Okay. I trust you will let me know if it isn't. In which case then, we come to committee. Councillor Ingham.
Thank you, Chair. Part of the reason why this site would be considered sensitive to long-standing residents within Lympstone is, yes, one, it's part of the green wedge. It's right on the edge of the green wedge, but within it. And that was to prevent this happening, as it would create coalescence between Lympstone and Exmouth in close proximity to the built-up area boundary. One of the other things is that the coastal protection area does go slap bang up to it, and the reason why this site is sensitive, I'd suggest to you that perhaps that should have been included in the coastal protection area, in that could you see those houses from the estuary if 8 of them were built? Yes, you could. So you're building on the skyline, on the ridge. That's why, and quite right, it's flat on the top there, and you won't get too much drainage problems there. Well, not on the top of the hill, you will at the bottom. And other aspects that I think are relevant to this is, yes, if you walk down that hill and you went to the station, you could either walk through the superb car park at the bottom, or you walk past the doctor's surgery, then you walk past the car, which has a post office, and you walk past a pub. So it is in close proximity to a very sustainable village. But the problem for me, the main problem for me, is that you have to leave this site and leave Lympstone, you have to, whichever way you go, you have to go through the centre of Lympstone and through the narrow lanes. And this will not help our problems for pedestrians and cyclists in that area. I have to say, when it comes to, is it one of the best of the worst? Yes, it is. But don't ask me to propose this goes forward, because it hurts a lot because of what I've just mentioned to you, and it will create minor problems and issues within the village if 8 houses are built instead of 2. Thank you, Chair.
Sympathy with what you say, Councillor, and I'm sure I'll make the same points when we come to Wimple in a few weeks. But it's surrounded on 3 sides by residential development. You can walk to major services. I'm quite happy to propose that this goes forward as an allocation from the chair. Does anybody else wish to speak? No? Okay, in which case we'll go to a vote. Propose that this goes forwards from the chair. Those in favour? Five. Those against? 1. And abstentions? 1. Okay, that's carried then. We come to GHED 72, which, although it is adjacent to Lympstone, is technically within the parish of Woodbury. And up first, we have an objection registered, Ms. Jane Moffat.
Who, unfortunately, Chair, has had to go back to work, but has left me with...
Yes, indeed. Somebody has to do some work today, yes.
Words. So if you'll permit me, I'll read them out on her behalf.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this is from Jane Moffat, who is an objector to this site. The site is totally unsustainable form of development and contrary to national policy, given the impact on the road network, which is already at capacity, and the impact on high quality agricultural land and poor access to local services and facilities. As part of the Hallett family who farmed Gilliford for centuries, I can wholeheartedly confirm these 2 fields have always been high-yielding cornfields. The photograph used in the consultation did not represent the field as it is, but of the building site in the few weeks during the construction of barns. Unlike most villages in Devon, there is only one road access, as the village is cut off by the ex-estuary on one side and the A376 on the other. Any development on this greenfield site will exacerbate the current flooding issues downhill on Nutwell Lane and Gulliford Dip on the A376, making both impassable and cut off the village even more often than at present. Council officers keep targeting Lympstone using the sustainability argument. This is disingenuous. A recent survey conducted within the parish confirmed that most people commuted by car, both for work and to take children to school. The train did not go to destinations needed and was too expensive. The same argument was used for bus travel. This development will rely on car transport, apart from a few children walking to the primary school. The site is within the coastal protection area, and this development goes against Strategy 44. On the council's website, it stated that restrictions against development in CPAs are stronger than for those in AOMBs. Why have a public consultation where I can predict the overarching answers were to protect CPAs at all costs if you are going to ignore it? The fields on this site, the Gulliford Ancient Water Meadows and Nutwell Estate drain into the ex-estuary, are internationally important feeding grounds for birds indicated by its designation as a Ramsar, R-A-M-S-A-R, I'm hoping everyone knows what that is, I'm afraid I don't, site, so we should be protecting this CPA carefully. At a time when there is a clear national policy push for biodiversity net gain, this would be the opposite. The community does not have the infrastructure for this site in terms of doctor surgeries, dentists, primary and secondary school places, or a functioning sewage system. The site is close to 3 Grade 2 listed historical sites and possibly the oldest building in Devon, the old hunting lodge, now called the Stick House, at the historic Gulliford Farm. The application site is outside the built-up boundary. This goes against Strategy 7 of the EDLP and the Lympstone Neighbourhood Plan. However, the built-up boundary for Lympstone has been quietly altered by EDDC with no local consultation. This is a wholly failing site, totally unsuitable for the village, but also with damaging ramifications to both the sensitive coastal area and the historical buildings nearby. I urge you to discount it. And that's on behalf of Jane Moffat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Debbie. It's worth mentioning at this point, I think this is the second time in quick succession, the settlement boundaries haven't actually been set for the new local plan. So I'm not quite sure where that confusion is coming from, but I thought that was worth mentioning. Next up then, we have a representative from Woodbury Parish Council.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman. My name's Ken Perry. I'm a Woodbury Parish Councillor for the Woodbury Ward. This site is, as has been pointed out, in Woodbury Parish, and we've considered it in conjunction with all of the proposed sites within the parish. Contrary to the officer's report, Woodbury Parish Council supports this application, this allocation for 131 houses. We consider that the same criteria which have been used by officers when considering the adjacent site, GHED 73, apply to this site, and therefore the same recommendation to allocation should apply to both sites. We believe that both sites are potentially suitable for development, subject to an adequate engineering solution being found to address flooding, drainage and wastewater issues. The scale of proposed development on this site would help the parish and the district to achieve their allocation and would more than redress the balance, as we are not supporting one other developable site in Woodbury Parish, Wood 10. Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry, your microphone, Councillor Perry, please. Thank you. Is it worth just clarifying then, if the circumstances are similar, why this site isn't proposed for allocation, but 73 across the road is? Just briefly on that point.
My understanding is that 72 is a more elevated and more visually open site. It relates less clearly to the village. So I'm sure those are factors behind the recommendation.
So just to add to that, I think there's also a much closer relationship with listed buildings in relation to this site, to the one rather than the one to the south. I think it's Nutwell Court to the east of the site, which would be more impacted, particularly in terms of its parkland setting, and it's a grade 2 star listed building.
Okay, thank you. That clears it up for me. Mr. Steve Parks, the landowner.
Good afternoon, Chair and Councillors. I am Steve Parks, and my family and I own the land at GHED 72. Over the past 2 years, we've been contacted by numerous house builders to purchase our land and to develop it, especially when you didn't have a 5-year land supply. Because we want these homes to reflect what we think will make a beautiful place to live, we have parted company with major house builders who didn't share our vision. We are still in talks with several house builders who are willing to work with us on achieving this. We as a family would like homes that have open spaces for people's well-being, footpaths to walk your dog and connect one end of Meeting Lane to the other so people can walk safely without fear of being run over. Affordable homes to stay affordable in perpetuity and somehow actually make them affordable for young people to live in the village. to be designed sympathetically to the landscape, its surroundings and the village, parking for visitors, bungalows to enable people who live in the village to downsize and stay in the village. When it comes to the infrastructure, our land connects to 4 main bus stops within walking distance. The 57 bus runs all around our land and travels to Exeter via Exmouth and Topsham. The site is within walking distance of 3 pubs, a village shop, a post office, a cafe, a train station, a primary school and a preschool, of which I'm a trustee. With the help of Rod Longhurst and the previous parish council, we managed to raise funds to build a brand new purpose preschool. Having worked with Lympstone Flood Resilience Group and being a member of Exton Flood Resilience Group, I helped to identify the drains along Meeting Lane and Nutwell Road. These drains are now kept clear and no flooding has occurred since. We were proposed to have the main access from Nutwell Road, which would be much safer, avoiding the crossroads at Harefield Cross. We would also like to move the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit along Nutwell Road to the site entrance, therefore slowing down the traffic entering the village. Therefore, there would be lots of open space. The land is 22 acres, and therefore there would be lots of open space and low density of homes. We would like to make a feature of any attenuation ponds by putting seating around them so people can sit and relax and enjoy the wildlife that would visit them. Our land could have been sold over and over, but we would like homes that reflect and are sympathetic to its surroundings. Our land would also be able to achieve the biodiversity net gain on the site. Our land has been through numerous processes, one being Heller, and passed all the required stages. Our land was re-evaluated and the report was sent to the Strategic Planning Committee on the 14th December. It was rated 4 and the comments made were it was a preferred approach to allocate, well related to settlement and limited sensitivities with good pedestrian access. We hope you would consider our land much more favourably than other sites such as Courtlands Cross, which is down a single track road as is in the green wedge separating Exmouth from Lympstone. I thank you for your time listening to me and hope you will already consider allocating our site GHED 72.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Unless either of the ward members want to speak as ward members? No? Okay, then we move to committee. Nobody on committee wants to speak. Councillor Ingham.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, of note, Jane Moffat had her letter read out. So Hallett, as she pointed out, farmers of Galliford for a very long time, but previously. One thing that I think's important is certainly the northern perimeter of that we haven't mentioned. It has been ancient pasture, and you should be able to, if you ever come to Lympstone via Exton and then turn right, and go along Nutwell Road, it has a huge visual impact on you as you come down Nutwell Road, because it was ancient pasture before the wall was built, I would suggest as well. So I agree with what Jane said. I agree with what the officers recommend. I think it's inappropriate to move forward with this one. And I am curious why we keep looking at the red ones before the green ones. It would help if we did the green ones first, and then we could take a clear decision on the red ones. But why I say that is there are other options very adjacent to that without prejudice, of course, Chair, I may support later on. Thank you. So that's why can I propose we move on?
Thank you, Councillor Ingham. You saw me coming there. I'm happy to second that proposal. I think particularly if other sites are coming forward in Lympstone, the scale of development in the settlement would be inconsistent with the strategy, in my view, as the report says. Does anybody else wish to add anything to what's already been said? No, in which case then we have a proposal from Councillor Ingham that we move on, which I have seconded. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Which brings us to GHED 73. And I have Councillor... No, I have Ms Jane Moffat again.
If I may, Chair. Thank you. Okay, so this is for 73. Let me just check I've got the right one, which I have. So, yes, this is on behalf of Jane Moffat, who is, again, an objector on this site. This site accesses single-track country lanes with very little visibility and a strong risk of flooding. The access does not account for the increase of traffic along the lanes and the danger to pedestrians both from the site and those walking in and out of the village with their dogs. There is no street lighting on these lanes to create safety for both cars, pedestrians and cyclists. Pedestrians have to move into the hedge for a car to pass. The junction with the A376 is both dangerous, numerous accidents have occurred in the past 12 months, and due to the overload of traffic on the A376, takes up to 5 minutes to access. Given this, new residents will drive through the village to the traffic lights at the Saddlers, where long queues on Longmeadow Lane will ensue at busy times, stopping incoming traffic and also raising the level of air and noise pollution to neighbouring properties. No new planning applications of this size should be allowed until the impact of the Deanan Way link has been experienced. The A376 cannot manage the capacity it presently has. Adding more houses along this route shows an irresponsible attitude to residents and commuter safety. Unlike most villages in Devon, there is only one road access as the village is cut off by the ex-estuary on the one side and the A376 on the other. These two lanes are important access points to the village, and any development on green sites will exacerbate the current flooding issues and cut off the village even more than at present. I think this is a repeat of what we may have already heard, Chair, if you'll indulge me. Officers keep targeting the Lympstone using the sustainability argument. This is disingenuous. This again covers what I think was made in the previous point, Chair. If members are happy to remember that from before, I will skip through to the site specifically is next to Gilliford Dissenters Burial Ground, an internationally important historic site. It's another reference to being outside the built-up boundary, which has been mentioned. And again, like 72, the previous one, this site is totally unsuitable for the village, but also with damaging ramifications to both the sensitive coastal area and the historical buildings nearby. I urge you to discount it. And that's from Jane Moffat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Debbie. Councillor Francis.
Lympstone Parish Council have reluctantly acknowledged that this site is a logical one for development under the new plan. We strongly object to the current form of the plan already submitted to develop it, but understand why the site has been chosen and is a preferred location by you. Lympstone Parish Council accepts that development may happen on this site at some stage, but we have very strong views and red lines about what type of development that should and would be acceptable to us and our village. If we are working here today on the least worst options, then this site is one of them, but developers and planners need to work with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Francis. Mr. Collier, you're back.
I am, thank you, Chairman. I'm speaking on this site on behalf of 3 West Group, who are an East Devon SME housing developer based in Woodbury and the landowner of this proposed site. I would firstly like to confirm that the site is available for development and is continuing to be promoted by 3 West Group. We therefore support the recommendation to this committee to include the site as an allocation. The emerging local plan classifies Lympstone as a Tier 3 settlement, confirming it as a local centre suitable for moderate growth with good existing services and train and bus services into Exeter. The site has been assessed by the council as the best performing site at Lympstone. It was the only site at Lympstone that scored 5 in the ranking system, making it one of the best performing sites in the district and categorising it as a good site with minor constraints or sensitivities and limited infrastructure costs. The local plan detailed site assessment confirmed that the site is well related to the settlement and with limited sensitivities, comprises infill between 2 roads, an extension of existing development with good pedestrian access, whilst in the existing coastal preservation area, it has very limited views to the sea. We would in fact add to this assessment to confirm that there are no views to the sea or estuary from the site, and therefore the site cannot be seen from either. A significant amount of work has been undertaken to ensure that the site is technically deliverable, and there are no technical constraints to delivery. Three West are committed to delivering policy compliant levels of affordable housing and a variety of open market homes on the site. The site is able to contribute to the early years of housing delivery within the new local plan period, making a valuable contribution to the Council's land supply requirements. We therefore request your support for the Office's recommendation to confirm the site's allocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. Committee, then. Councillor Nottingham, Councillor Young.
First point is that the map is slightly wrong. There's 5 houses included in the red line. The red line should be the other side of that, those houses, just in case someone gets panicky that we're developing on someone's house. This site was before planning committee very recently and was refused. It wasn't refused on its location, but it was refused on its design, layout and access. Therefore, this is the least worst of the sites in Lympstone, and I would suggest that we do go forward with this one. Thank you.
Is that a proposal,
as a proposal?
Okay, thank you. I will second that proposal, with the slight caveat that committee did actually turn it down on principle, as well as the design and practical reasons. That being said, we have a proposal that's been seconded. Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Ingham.
Yes, Chair. I remember in the 1980s this site being sold at auction, bought for an astronomical sum, less than £200,000. And people said, well, they'll be building on that tomorrow, sort of thing. And I am quite shocked that it's taken this long for us to have a look at it. But I'd say emotionally, it's been waiting to happen for a long time. I do think it's an appropriate site. Like Jeff said, it's just a shame that the application that came forward last week, or the week before, was basically not good enough in design. And I certainly support this coming forward. And it helps Lympstone develop, and it's certainly the best of the worst, but by quite some margin. I will be supporting it.
Okay, do any other committee members wish to speak? Councillor Davey?
Yeah. Yes.
Your microphone, Ben.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, again, it's the least worst. It's a sensible use of that bit of land, I think. But the issue of access onto Strawberry Hill occupied quite a lot of people's minds last time, and I think when it came to planning committee, I think in their eagerness to reflect the views of local residents who had objected to the design, unfortunately the principle got thrown in there as well. But I think if we accept this today, then that kind of re-establishes the principle, and we can bring it back and have another look at it, perhaps with a revised design that would overcome the issue of access onto Strawberry Hill and some of the other concerns about the layout. So I'm happy to support.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Davey. Unless anybody else wishes to speak, then we have a proposal from Councillor Young, seconded by myself. We'll move to a vote then. All those in support? That's not quite unanimous. No. Okay, so Colin's abstaining, so that's 6 in favour, 1 abstention. Which brings us to GHED 74. And again, we have Councillor Francis.
This site was proposed for the initial draft plan consultation, where it had a 66% opposition from those who attended and submitted responses. It is in the coastal protection area, it's got no existing access, and a watercourse runs through the centre of it, and there are serious concerns about flooding. For these reasons, and those stated by your officers, the Parish Council strongly believes this site is not suitable for development and supports the recommendation not to develop.
Thank you, Councillor Francis. Does anybody disagree with the officer recommendation, or should we move straight on?
Straight on.
Okay, in which case we move on to GHED 75. And again, we have Councillor Francis.
This site has a current planning application for 2 houses with East Devon District Council, which the Parish Council did not support. This site did have potential for the preferred small-scale development of Lympstone neighbourhood plan. However, there have been consistent concerns over access and loss of habitat, so we agree with the officer's assessments that this is not a viable option for development with the new plan.
Thank you, Councillor Francis. I've just been told off by our legal officer for taking us on from 74 without a vote. So I'll move from the chair that we move on from 74, and I'll ask all those in favour. That is carried unanimously. I'm now going to move from the chair that we also move on from GHED 75 for the reasons that have been set out in the report. Those in favour? That's unanimous. There we go. Excellent, quick and efficient. Very good. That brings us to the end of the Lympstone sites then. Can I say to those folks who have come from Lympstone, thank you for your patience and for your comments. Do we want a short break before we do Woodbury?
No, let's push on.
No, push on. Okay, yeah, no, fair enough. I thought I would ask in case I got a rebellious committee. In which case, then we start with site Woodbury 04. I have no registered speakers of any kind. Does anybody wish to comment?
Move on.
No, okay, I'll move from the chair then that we move on. All those in favour? Okay, very good. Which brings us to Wood 06, and I'm assuming we have, well, my paper tells me that we have a representative from Woodbury Parish Council. Would that be yourself, Councillor Perry, again? Or? Okay.
Perhaps I don't need it. Right. Thank you very much for seeing us. Yeah, in terms of Woodbury 06, which also includes Woodbury 8, I think, from looking at the print before. Just to say, basically, following our public consultations, the Woodbury Parish Council supports the allocation of this site, which officers have referred to as Wood 6 as well as 8. This site was also one of the residents' preferred sites, and it offers significant community benefits. One of the things that we do within our parish is trying to build for benefits, not just for houses. So wherever there is an opportunity, we like to take advantage of that. The potential developer, under their proposed heads of terms of 106 agreement, has incorporated these agreed both on and off-site benefits for the village. That's all I would like to say on that one. Are you going to come to 9 next? If you are, I'll stay up.
Sorry, one moment. I think we're just clarifying a legal point.
Can I just clarify, actually, Chair? So what we've been doing previously is we've either generally been voting to include the proposal as recommended by Mr. Freedman, or we've been voting to move on so that we can consider them in future. So I was just saying, when nobody's actually registered to speak and the recommendation is still one to include it, why have we just decided to move on for the last 3 without including them?
The recommendation was not to include.
Was not to. Sorry, apologies. Right, thank you.
You had me slightly worried there for a second,
Yeah,
Damien.
all of us at this minute in time.
Okay, sorry for that point. Ward members, or should we come into committee?
This, there's an outline planning application for this site at the moment. It's supported by the parish council. It's got a lot of advantages. I've not accepted it because it's outside the built-up area boundary, and but this is one of the better proposals for Woodbury. So I recommend that we go forward with this one.
Okay. Councillor Ingham seconding that. Anybody wish to speak? No. Okay. In which case, those in favour of the proposal by Councillor Young for this to go forward as an allocation, seconded by Councillor Ingham. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Which brings us then to Woodbury 07, which is not recommended by officers for allocation. Does anybody wish to speak on this? Okay, Councillor Ingham proposes that we move on. Was that seconding Councillor Young? Okay, in which case, all those in favour? Okay, Wood 07 is not allocated, which brings us then to Woodbury 09, and I have registered to speak a Mr. Roger Stokes.
Oh, good afternoon. My name is Roger Stokes and I've lived in Woodbury for all my 82 years, so I've seen a few changes in the process. I live adjacent to the lower section of this site, clearly wrongly allocated, along with the 20 other households who surround the field. We've already written our objections to what has been proposed for this area in response to the premature application 23/1600. There have been 75 objections to why this site should not be built on. That should give you the answer you're looking for. The site access is abysmal and always will be. There are other sites available which would help reduce the traffic chaos in the centre of the village. This site is unique, unlike any others, and cannot be approved for building anyway. It is the most planning protected field in the whole village. When it was bought in the 1960s by the late Doctors Austin, they bought it purely to stop it being built on. This was a well-known fact at the time. They were passionate environmentalists. Historic England has very serious concerns about it on heritage grounds, not least for the fact that there's a grade 2 house at the top. Other utilities are not over happy either. It is outside the built-up area of the village. It is within the Woodbury Conservation Area. It is classified as land of local amenity importance, like the village green. The arch is the historic centre of the village, which would be ruined if this development ever took place. The historic stone wall that surrounds two sides of the field has no more access planning restriction on it following an appeal some years ago. So no more holes can be made in the wall for access. The site contains the last remnants of Woodbury history that remain in the village, which must be retained. All of the rules must be fully applied and not watered down, as this is not diplomatic or correct. The whole field is a vital environmental corridor and wildlife haven for birds, foxes, and the occasional deer, and I have plenty of video evidence of this. The lower end has also been used by the air ambulance at times and is ideally placed for accidents at the crossroads. We would like to continue Dr. Austin's legacy, but it's always an uphill struggle to get authorities to give us the required backing. Otherwise, all 20 of us are going to spend the rest of our lives looking into the windows of a developer's very ill-placed houses, one for each of us, it seems, and the wildlife will be gone. Would you like this? Therefore, 23/1600 must be dismissed in its entirety so that the public can see that it has some teeth when required, and today is the day to do it. To impose this on Woodbury is not an option. Therefore, reallocation must be done. But I would like to just ask a question. What is the position with this planning application that is halfway through its process on a site which has not been allocated in this other process? We're unfortunately dealing with two processes at the same time. Can that planning application in the process be approved without the general application?
Without the allocation that we're considering today, yes, it can.
Oh, right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Woodbury Parish Council.
Do it again. Good afternoon, it's Alan Wills again from Woodbury Parish. Woodbury Parish Council is very pleased to note that the officers have amended their report to accommodate our comments made at the recent working party meeting, and that they are now recommending this site for allocation. Following our public consultations, Woodbury Parish Council supports the allocation of this site, which was also one of the preferred choices by the residents. As with Wood 8, there is an opportunity to significantly improve and contribute to the village centre itself, as detailed in the proposed developers' heads of terms. We are also pleased that the developers have proposed a very sympathetic design in relationship to the heritage impact and it being in a conservation area with various TPOs and other site restrictions. That would include what we have to say on that particular site. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wills. I would point out that we're here to talk about the principle of development more than we are the details of the application itself. So I appreciate your comments there, but there is a dividing line that we've got to observe. Coming into committee then, I have Councillor Ingham.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to propose that this is added to the allocation list based on discussions at the workshop and the recommendation from officers. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Young, are you seconding? Yeah. Okay, does anybody else wish to speak on this site? No? Okay, in that case we have a proposal to allocate from Councillor Ingham, seconded by Councillor Young. All those in favour? Okay, that's unanimous indeed. Which brings us then to Woodbury 10, where I suspect the decision may not be quite so unanimous, but there we go. For public speaking then, first up I have Ms. Cheryl McGawley. Have I got that right?
I've lost it now, I'm really sorry.
Your time starts when the microphone comes on, so you might want to switch it off for the moment. Shall we come back to you in a... Okay.
Good morning, Chairman and Committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Cheryl McGawley, and while I'm the Chairman of the Woodbury Parish Council, I am speaking as a resident of Woodbury. I believe in the development of our village. Over the years, we have seen developments and have greatly enhanced our community, as well as some that have not. The proposed development, Woodbury 10, is located on a B road with an entrance on a bend. This road is heavily used by tractors, HGVs, caravans, etc. In the event of an RTC on the A376, This road is used to divert traffic, which worsens the usual traffic problems. The vehicular access to Woodbury 10 is planned, but the pedestrian access is accepted to go from the top of the site through Gilbrook Close. This leads to a section of the road with no pavements crossing a single bridge. This situation poses a significant safety risk for pedestrians. When considering this application, please take into account this. Development is not in the right location for our village due to the road and the bridge. We do provide safe passage for pedestrians. There is a serious risk of injury or worse if this development proceeds. We also have video evidence of pedestrians and tractors on that bridge. Officers have the right to ask questions of consultees on any application. Why aren't they addressing the safety of this road and discussing better infrastructure with the applicant for the benefit of both existing and new residents? Perhaps the site will be better suited as an exemption site for 15 houses. And so off my talk and listening to what you've said today, it is outside of the built-up boundary, but I didn't think there was anyone anymore. But it is outside the, and it's near agreed to listed building, or one, I think. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Peter Oliver.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Peter Oliver, and I'm speaking as a Woodbury resident who walks, runs, cycles, and on occasion drives along Gilbrook. I asked to speak to you today because I'm convinced that development of this site will result in death or serious injury to a child or elderly person. There are two key road safety issues that I perceive. Ms McCauley has already mentioned one of them. The developer has proposed pedestrian access via Gilbrook Close with a new raised footway to be constructed across the Gilbrook Bridge. In principle, this is an absolutely sound concept, but I believe it's flawed on the drawings because the drawings on which the highways team have based their decisions do not reflect reality. This came about because I walk and I run on the road. I physically feel the size of the tractors. So when I looked at those flow charts, I looked at the size of the tractor they used and I said, that can't be right. So I spoke to the local farmer. The local farmer tells me that in Woodbury, the John Deere 6R250, for those of you into tractors, is the standard tractor. Why is that important? It's 2.9 metres wide, not 2.4 as all the flow diagrams show. The tractor itself is over 5 metres long, not 4.2 metres long as the diagrams show. Combined with the modern trailer, that gives you an overall length in excess of 17 metres. It would not fit across the bridge if that work is completed. If the work is not completed, then there is no safe pedestrian access to that site at all. The size of the tractors, the size of the HGVs, all the rest of it, once you restrict the bridge, just to give you the measurements, the current works would reduce it to 3.35 metres. That's not very much at all. To put it in context for you, the combine harvester that was in the field opposite me a week ago is 3.65 metres wide. There's no way it's going to go. It's not going to work. The problems with the footway don't stop there, though, because it's about visibility, because the different heights of the road surface, because of the walls, because of the bridge parapet, the high hedges and the entrance to Gilbrook Close, you cannot see. If you're coming from the north, you cannot even see that Gilbrook Close exists until you reach the parapet of the bridge. What that means for pedestrians is they're going to walk off of that bridge and into a shared surface area completely blind to road users. So we're taking them, giving them a false sense of security, then putting them into a shared surface, which coincidentally about 3 months ago was hit by a car at exactly the point that that footpath will enter Gilbrook Close. It's just not safe. We cannot allow this to happen as it is. If our learned colleague is going to stand up and say, well, actually, we bought the parcel of land next to it and we've got a different access route, that's fine, but it's not safe as it stands. The same applies at the southern end, I'm afraid, in terms of the junction. That is not safe. The crossing is 25 metres from a blind bend. It just doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. Woodbury Parish Council.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you again. Contrary to officers' recommendations for this site, Woodbury Parish Council and local residents do not support the allocation of this site for 60 dwellings. We consider that there are better, more developable sites within our parish, and I've alluded to that earlier, and you've agreed to relook at that one. With our local knowledge, we do not consider that it is possible to provide a safe pedestrian and cycle access, as has been mentioned just now. This relates to an element of the road which is off the site, and whilst we recognise that these issues are part of a planning application, not relative to the allocation of the site, we have not yet seen and had presented any scheme which, in our opinion, provides a safe pedestrian access across the narrow bridge leading from this site into Woodbury, where all the main village facilities are. Although we're not down to have a speaker on Wood 46, which is to come yet, the same principle applies to that site as well. So, with respect, we request that this committee does not allocate this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Collier, then.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of 3 West Group again, who are the promoter of this site. I would firstly like to confirm that the site is available for development and is continuing to be promoted by 3 West Group. We therefore support the recommendation to this committee to include the site as an allocation. The emerging local plan classifies Woodbury as a Tier 3 settlement, confirming it as a local centre. The settlement assessment states that Woodbury has a good range of community facilities with several shops, GP, a primary school, along with an hourly bus service. These make Woodbury one of the 10% least deprived areas in terms of access to services and mean that it plays an important local role for the settlement and surrounding area. The site has been assessed by the council as amongst the best performing sites in Woodbury. A significant amount of work has been undertaken to ensure that the site is technically deliverable, and I can confirm that there are no technical constraints to delivery. The site is subject to an outline planning application. As part of the planning application process, there are no statutory objections, and all technical constraints have been addressed to the satisfaction of the consultees, including Devon County Highways, the Environment Agency, South West Water, the lead local flood authority, and the council's own landscape, tree and ecology officers. Devon County Highways have been consulted extensively on the proposals and have supported the planning application. Proposals for the site include the delivery of both on and off-site pedestrian linkages that will provide enhanced accessibility for both existing and future residents of the village. 3 West are committed to delivering policy-compliant levels of affordable housing and a variety of open market homes on the site, along with public open space and play space. The site is able to contribute to the early years of housing delivery within the new local plan period, making a valuable contribution to the council's land supply requirements. We therefore request your support for the officer's recommendation to confirm the site's allocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. Copy-paste being used a lot in your office at the moment. Moving into committee then, do I have anybody who wishes to speak on this one? I thought I might. Councillor Ingham.
Thank you, Chair. it appears, not only this site, but others, there is a risk when landowners or developers put forward an outline application prior to its identification through this process, in that they get people talking about their concerns, or even then, when we hold this meeting, members of the public and parish councillors come and mention all these alarms that ordinarily we wouldn't have considered, and we'd debate at a later meeting. And the problem is that we're now all concerned about those issues raised that arguably we shouldn't be resolving. But I think Mr. Oliver said it well when he said, if there was another access point and that safety issue was resolved, then the community wouldn't perhaps be so concerned. But they are concerned, and it is absolutely lethal situation potentially for pedestrians. So I'm minded, Chair, to propose that at this time we move on with this one. It's unfortunate how things have rolled forward, and I think they should be resolved because of the safety concerns. Thank you.
Councillor Young.
Yes, I totally agree with the parish councils and residents of the village regarding the safety of the pedestrians accessing the village and the road safety. I know Highways have said that they don't see any problem, but as a local using that road a lot, I see a lot of near misses. I've been knocked off my bike there once. So it is a serious issue, and I think we should hold this one in abeyance, and hopefully someone can come up with a better solution with providing a better solution for pedestrians and access onto the road.
I must say I disagree, but as the proposal's been made and seconded, you've beaten me to it in that respect. I think we've seen worse sites that we've approved today in Highways terms for vehicular access and for pedestrian access. I know we will see much worse coming, given the other characteristics of the site. I feel quite strongly that's not enough of a reason to say no. But that's my view in line with the officer recommendations. There we go. Does anybody else on committee wish to speak? Councillor Davey.
Can I just ask if the proposal to basically ensure that there's a pedestrian access, would that overcome the northeast that was suggested? Would that overcome some of these issues, or is it that there's still a safety issue? Obviously vehicle access would be an issue. I don't know that road well. I've gone down the other one that joins on to it, but not that one.
It is a proper single carriageway with a white line down the middle, which is better than a lot we have in East Devon. But I think Mr. Freeman has some information to offer us here.
Thank you, Chair. As I think has been said, there is an application in at the moment, an outline planning application, where these issues have proved quite controversial, it's fair to say. The developers have tried to address these issues and are proposing a pedestrian route, I believe within the sort of highway carriageway along the roadside. So they are proposing a footpath there, as well as a footpath link through the site into Gilbert Close as well. Clearly the residents feel that what's being proposed is in itself not safe or acceptable, but the Highway Authority have accepted the proposals and written in and said they have no objection on highway safety grounds. In fact, they believe it presents a highway safety betterment compared to the current position. So there is no objection from a highways front in terms of highway safety grounds to this proposal as things stand. As it's been said, we're looking at this as an allocation at this stage, so we don't necessarily need to concern ourselves with the details of that application, which will obviously need to run its course through the application process. But it does indicate that the concerns that are being raised can be overcome in principle, which is all we need in terms of assurance at this stage for an allocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. We have already heard from you, Councillor Ingham.
Based on what you said, actually, Chair, part of the decision process for us is the numbers game in Woodbury, and I know that's been thought through by Woodbury Parish and ourselves. So if you have an option of 3, 4 safe sites, and you can exclude one where you believe safety issues have not been addressed, then that's what you do. So that has been considered, and I suggest we can probably hit the numbers game that we need to for Woodbury without this site. Shame it wasn't resolved earlier.
I would point out there's not a specific number for Woodbury that we have to hit, and the ambition that we set ourselves earlier is to add another 1,800 or so houses on top of the recommendations that have been set out by officers. I feel quite strongly that the highways issues here would not be enough for us to turn down this potential allocation. You may disagree, but that's my view. Does anybody have anything to add to what's already been said? No, okay, in which case then we have a proposal from Councillor Ingham that we move on, seconded by Councillor Young. All those in favour? That's 4. Those against? Just me. And those abstaining? That's 2. So the proposal, we move on then to Woodbury 11. I have no registered speakers. Does anybody wish to say anything? No. Okay, I'll propose from the chair that we move on. All those in favour? Yeah. Okay, that's unanimous. Woodbury 12, again, I have no registered speakers, so I will propose from the chair that we move on. All those in favour? Okay, that's unanimous. And Woodbury 14, again, no registered speakers, so I will propose from the chair that we move on. All those in favour? Very good. Which brings us then to Woodbury 16, and I have Woodbury Parish Council.
Good afternoon. Cheryl McGawley from Woodbury Parish Council. Following our public consultations, Woodbury Parish Council supports the allocation of this site. However, we are extremely concerned about the volume of high-speed traffic along Broadway, especially with the narrow footpaths we did raise with the landowner. As the S106 agreement has not been agreed yet, could East Devon District Council consider that this development must include provision for a controlled pedestrian crossing to ensure safe access and connectivity to the village, along with stringent traffic calming measures? This road is frequently used as a cut-through from Woodbury Common, Exmouth, as a diversion route. We urge the East Devon District Council to liaise with the Parish Council during the early stages of discussions to incorporate local knowledge into the scheme, ensuring the best possible outcome and appropriate S106 provision.
I have then Ms James on behalf of Clinton Devon. Welcome back. We've not seen you for a while.
Thank you very much, Chair. As we've heard, you're considering today a number of sites in Woodbury, but this one is ready to proceed. And in fact, we have quite good progress with a developer in place. A resolution to grant planning consent subject to the Section 106 was received in November 2023. with no technical constraints were raised within that application. This site, with an affordable housing at its centre, is a sustainable location, keeping public open space, the footpath connectivity, and 20% biodiversity net gain. We do ask that members support this allocation in Woodbury. Thank you.
That brings us then to committee. Is that hand, Councillor Young?
Yeah.
Okay.
I support this recommendation and I oppose it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder?
Yes, Chair, and I look forward to a plethora of opportunities offered by the developer to the community to resolve their problems within the community.
Okay, we have a proposal from, I'm just confirming what the proposal is, I'll come to you then. Proposal from Councillor Young, seconded by Councillor Ingham, that this goes forward for allocation. Councillor Davey, did you have anything to add?
Yes, I agree with the high speeds along Broadway. Technically, it's in a 30-mile-an-hour limit, but you wouldn't know it. I was actually overtaken through that village once for sticking to the speed limit. I think it was somebody who was trying to get to the airport and was in one heck of a hurry. And I will just say, not only is it used for traffic diverted from the A376, but a lot of people use it in preference. A lot of people on sort of my end of Exmouth will cut through that way, and you can see that at 9 o'clock in the morning when everybody's pouring towards Exeter. So it is a busy road, and I think some kind of pedestrian mitigation is going to be required there. But it looks as though it's developable, and it sounds as though it's quite well advanced. So happy to allocate.
Okay, in which case then we'll move to a vote on that, proposed by Councillor Young, seconded Councillor Ingham. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Woodbury 20, I have Woodbury Parish Council.
Good afternoon again. It's Alan Wills from Parish Council. Woodbury Parish Council does not support this site for allocation, but does firmly agree with the East Devon District's own council officer's report that states as a key factor right at the very beginning, the key negative impact is that Town Lane is narrow and lacks pavement for most of its length. In fact, the pedestrian access to the primary school from this site is particularly dangerous as there isn't a footpath. Town Lane is narrow, has pinch points, and some of these words are quoted from the officer's reports, visibility issues, and poses a particular danger to the children. Town Lane is very well known to be used as an ever-increasing, as pointed out just what's been mentioned about going down Broadway. If Broadway gets busy, where else do you think they go? Oh, down the Rat Run, especially at busy school times as well. At the recent working party meeting with the Parish Council agreed to support Wood 9, which was when it was changed from non-allocated to allocated, in lieu of Wood 20, and the officers have taken this on board and now included Wood 9 for its allocation. Hence, we respectively ask that the Wood 20 allocation should be withdrawn. Thank you.
I think possibly a slight correction there, insofar as I certainly don't recall it being agreed at the working party meeting that one site would be substituted for another. The question that Councillor Howe was asking when folks showed up to oppose sites was, well, where would you put it instead to give our officers a steer? But I think characterising it as an agreement to swap them is a little bit too far on that point. Ms. James.
Woodbury 20, land at Town Lane, has been surveyed and scoped by ourselves, and the design confirms that this site can support 28 dwellings. This would be a mixed site in terms of housing type and size that would meet the needs of housing within Woodbury Parish. It does adjoin another recently developed site, so it could be viewed as an infill site. And it is within a walking distance, and I know we've talked around that just then, of the centre of the village and all of the facilities that the village provides. We are an adjoining landowner to the land in the north on a site that we will consider shortly, and I'm sure that accessibility and access could be discussed as part of any proposed application. We ask members please to support this allocation. Thank you.
Okay, into committee then. I'll move from the chair then that this goes forward as an allocation. Does anybody wish to speak? Councillor Young?
Yeah, knowing the area well, Town Lane, no footpath, it is a cut through, it is an accident waiting to happen. Another access onto that road is a problem. I'm surprised we can get 28 on there when the other estate, which is not much bigger, is, what was it, 8? Was it 10? But I would propose to knock this on the head, this one, and move on.
I'm afraid you're too late. And we already have a proposal to allocate, but we'll see if that passes. Councillor Ingham, did you want to speak? Microphone, please.
I agree with Councillor Young. Town Lane is really it's not only quite narrow without pavements. You know, that rat run, you go round a bend and then there's a car flying at you or behind you. So to increase the housing allocation by 28 there, I think is inappropriate. So I won't be supporting your proposal, Chair.
Okay, does anybody else wish to speak? No, in which case then we have a proposal from the chair that the site goes forward as an allocation. All those in favour? 2. Those against? 4. I'm afraid your vote doesn't count. And those abstaining? 1. Do we have a counter proposal? That we move on from Councillor Ingham, seconded by Councillor Young.
Surprise, surprise. Yes.
Surprise, surprise indeed. Very good. Those in favour? Those against? That carries then. Woodbury 23 then. I have no registered speakers other than the ward members, so straight to committee then. Councillor Ingham.
I propose we move on, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll second that. Does anybody else wish to speak? No. Okay, in which case proposal from Councillor Ingham, seconded by myself to move on. Those in favour? Okay, that's unanimous, which brings us then to Woodbury 24, and we have the landowner or developer, Mr. Simon Stokes.
Thank you, Chairman and Councillors. I'm here as stated representing the site owners. I just really wanted to pick up on some points that we don't feel have been addressed following previous correspondence. Firstly, regarding infrastructure, I'd just like to reiterate that there shouldn't be any reason to create another access play onto Castle Lane or associated hedge removal or new footpaths, etc., as was initially reported by Highways. Secondly, regarding high-medium landscape sensitivity, I would like to put it to you that yes, this is a rural landscape, as with many other sites, but if well planned and if development is kept to the lower end of the site, then it could be very discreet could be well screened and from all directions, as is the neighbouring site. The main services are close at hand, as are road and footpath connections. There also seems to be a lot of weight placed on it being a promontory site and possibly visible from the church or the estuary or Cottle's Farm, which is not, in our opinion, correct. And if there's any doubt on this, I would ask members to come and revisit. Thirdly, jumping to yield, purely based on the housing density of the adjacent Webbers Meadow, which was built 10 years ago and 34 properties, it would appear that the built area of 45 units indicated in the assessment for Wood 24 could fit comfortably into 50 or 60% of the site area. That could then leave a decent amount of green space, which, as far as opportunities are concerned, would provide possibly another amenity space, not only for the residents, but for the benefit of village residents as a whole. There's also an opportunity to develop an off-road footpath or cycle path through the site to connect the village to the bridleway, which starts at Cottle's Farm, about 150 metres, further up Castle Lane, which then leads you up onto Woodbury Common. A link like this could be a great asset to the village. It's something the parish council has identified previously in submissions to the local plan, and would be a great asset. Finally, regarding reasons for not allocating, I'm hoping you might see fit to revisit the assessment of high-medium landscape sensitivity, giving my earlier points. In reference to the judgment there are more preferable sites in Woodbury, I'm obviously biased, but I would argue that it is somewhat subjective and would point to the Parish Council's pre-consultation event held in April 22, where Woodbury residents voted on individual
That's
sites.
3 minutes, thank you.
Okay, and this came second. Thank you, that's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you. Moving into committee then. Do we have anybody wish to speak? Councillor Ingham? Sorry, could someone turn the microphone off on the lectern? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad Mr. Stokes said that, because I thought it came top of that list during consultation. And I was just going to point out that although I go along with the officer's proposal that and that we move on, I think it's worth noting that's not what the community said when they were consulted. So that may be a future option if we need that. Thank you, Chair.
Was that a proposal that we move on, Councillor Ingham?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Ewing, do you want to second it? No? Okay. I'll second it then. Proposed by Councillor Ingham, seconded by myself, that we move on. All those in favour? Any against? Oh no, sorry, unanimous. I caught Mike's hand at the end there. Which brings us to Woodbury 37 then, and I have Ms James.
The cricket field off Town Lane, I know, will be a controversial site for many. We have scoped this, we have looked at the feasibility and design and taken into account both its location and the other facilities on the site. We can align the development within this allocation around the cricket pitch, and the retention of this is important in the objectives of Woodbury Parish Council's draft neighbourhood plan. And in no way would the estate wish to see those facilities diminished in terms of that sports ground, and would want to work around the site. There's also a recognition that to the north falls within the flood zone, and so development would be placed on the western and southern sides of that site. And I just want to raise, because it will be raised, I'm sure, the issue of pedestrian access. This land is a recreation ground. It has a community orchard. People already walk there and cycle there to use those facilities run by the parish council. and indeed I understand people walk their dogs there on a daily basis. And I think therefore we need to be very clear about our arguments for and against sites if we are looking at pedestrian access in this location. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Coming into committee then, Councillor Ingham.
I suggest, I propose we move on, Chair.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Young. Okay, does anybody wish to speak? No, I will say that was an interesting point made by Miss James there about the pedestrian access to the site already in view of Wood 20 that we've just considered, but there we go. That decision's been taken. We have a proposal by Councillor Ingham, seconded by Councillor Young, that we move on. If we go to a vote, those in favour? That's 6. Those against? None, and I'm going to abstain. Okay, that brings us then to Woodbury 42. I have no registered speakers. Does anybody wish to speak? No, in which case I'll move from the chair that we move on. All those in favour? Okay, Woodbury 46. I have no one registered to speak. Does anybody wish to speak? No, okay, I'll move from the chair then that we move on. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Very good, that's carried unanimously. Woodbury 31. I have no one registered to speak. Does anybody wish to speak on this employment allocation? Councillor Ingham.
I propose we move on.
Okay, does anybody wish to second that? Councillor Young. Okay, in which case then we have a proposal from Councillor Ingham, seconded by Councillor Young, that we move on. All those in favour? Okay, that brings us to the end of the Woodbury site. I'm going to suggest for completeness that we do move on to agenda item 9D and do site Wood 38 and then take a break if that's okay with committee. So on that note then, site Wood 38, I have Woodbury Parish Council.
Good afternoon. My name is Simon Andrews. I'm a councillor with Woodbury Parish Council. Woodbury Parish Council agrees that the indicated large-scale development is inappropriate. However, as indicated within the officer's report, we would support a small expansion on the west side, north of Honey Lane. The wooded area at this location would like to see as a public nature reserve if possible. We know the northeast part of the site includes the existing NHS facility, which was the former vaccination centre. We would find this to be acceptable to be included within the business park expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Do we have the landowner or developer, Mr. Colin Danks?
Good afternoon, members, and thank you for letting me speak today. I am here today to speak to you about the land adjoining Greendale Business Park and the expansion of the business park. I want to provide you a true reflection of what businesses are facing due to current unavailability of employment land in East Devon. Recently, I met with a company director from a business who wishes to expand their operation. The applicant, who operates out of 3 different buildings near the airport, wants to consolidate into one building totaling 70,000 square foot in the right location to improve efficiencies. The applicant's business is headquartered in East Devon. It currently employs 70 people and has a turnover of £9 million per annum. The applicant has had numerous discussions with landowners and property agents, and there is nothing suitable available. The applicant approached Greendale as it is a preferred site of theirs, but unfortunately Greendale is unable to assist on this, despite wanting to accommodate this requirement. Greendale is currently at capacity and cannot be extended any further due to the constraints of the development boundary. The business park is currently let with any vacant space under offer. This is great news, but does not help with the unmet demand. Greendale Business Park employs over 2,000 people, some of whom may be your friends or family members. Greendale generates business rates of over £2.25 million a year payable to East Devon Council. This is significant and helps deliver vital services which we all know are under financial pressure. Greendale can expand sustainably. Woodbury Parish Council, as you just heard, are keen to discuss the possible expansion and they see the benefits this will bring. The owners of the business park can expand Greendale quickly and without the need to purchase any land, and this will accelerate the business rate contributions by £2 million per year and increase jobs to over 3,000. The business park will have an overall rateable value of £8.5 million per annum, with rates payable to East Devon totaling £4.3 million. Members, if the applicant I met cannot expand, then they will be forced to leave East Devon, and 70 people will be forced to either relocate or face losing their job. The consequences are that 70 families will not be spending their money locally. An annual contribution of £200,000 of business rates alone will be foregone by the single occupier. These things matter, as it is the local businesses and the local economy that will suffer. I ask one question. If this was your business, or these employees happen to be people you know, would you be comfortable in the knowledge that you could have done something to prevent this? If you want to keep skilled jobs within East Devon and maintain economic growth, please think carefully and positively consider the Greendale Business Park expansion. I urge you to support it. Thank you.
I think I should point out at this point that neither emotional manipulation nor business rates are material planning considerations when we're making a policy decision. They'll appreciate the point that you're trying to make there. I'm going to exercise my prerogative to speak here. I agree completely with the officer report. If we're talking about citing jobs in the same place as we're citing housing, this proposal does not do that. It simply doesn't. You drive to Greendale, no matter where you're coming from. And in view of that, I'm going to propose from the chair that we move on from this site. Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Young.
I'll second that.
You don't have to, but thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Ingham.
Chair, part of the problem is, while we're looking for so many houses within East Devon, we have to provide coherent employment. And it's no good identifying employment sites as we did at the beginning of the last plan, and some of those sites still being available and not taken up, and then where people wish to relocate to, we don't support those jobs staying in East Devon. So I'm afraid I won't be supporting your proposal. Okay.
Does anybody else wish to speak? No? Okay, in which case I will take us to a vote then. The proposal from the chair is that we move on from this allocation. All those in favour? That's 4. Those against? That's 3. The proposal's carried then. It's currently 20 to 5. I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute break until 10 to 5, and then we'll resume with item 9E, the sites at Exton. Okay, members, we are still just about quorate, so we'll try and push through these as quickly as we can. Conscious that Councillor Parr has a parish council meeting to get off to at 6 o'clock. We'll do our best. And with that, then we are on Woodbury 01 under agenda item 9E, and I have a representative from Woodbury Parish Council.
I think it is actually good evening now. On behalf of Woodbury Parish Council supports this preferred allocation for 17 dwellings and agrees with East Devon District Council's report, provided that flood issues are resolved prior to any development taking place. Devon County Council and the Devon Resilience Innovation Project, DRIP, are currently conducting surveys, implementing upstream leaky dams and proposing land management schemes for the area adjacent to the bridge on the A376 in collaboration with landowners. These modifications aim to mitigate future flooding and must be implemented before any development proceeds. Thank you.
That is the one. No, we're not touching 41.
We're not on 41 yet, we're on Woodbury 01.
That's the one.
I see. I see what he means. Yeah. The bottom map is a red area.
Oh, I see, because my video is obscuring the, yes. There we go, there it is. Can you keep me off the screen, please, Debbie? We're into committee then. Does anybody wish to speak on this one?
Accept it.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Ingham proposes that it goes forward. Councillor Young seconding. We'll move to a vote. Therefore, all those in favour of Woodbury 01 going forward? That's unanimous. Did you get proposed and seconded there?
Yeah, said call forward inside
To be allocated,
not
yes.
move on.
No. Okay, that brings us then to Wood 28, which is the site slightly to the southeast of Wood 01, and we have again representative of Woodbury Parish Council.
Good evening again. Woodbury Parish Council supports the development of this allocation on this site for 33 dwellings, but only if the critical flooding issues, including those on Mill Lane, are resolved. Similar to Wood 1, Devon County Council and the Devon Resilience Innovation Project, commonly known as DRIP, are developing schemes to address these issues. These must be completed before any development on the site is considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Ms James.
Thank you. We have detailed designs that show that this site can accommodate the allocation. We acknowledge that the site is in the coastal preservation area, but its location would not directly impact the coast. The estate is in quite long discussions with the DRIP project, as has previously been mentioned, and we are looking to provide both land and land management solutions, working with our tenants upstream to look at land management and provide flood accommodation on adjoining land. And we know that this is really important in terms of this allocation. This site adjoins Exton Farm redevelopment, which was previously given planning. Unfortunately, due to delays in Section 106 signings, we've lost a number of sales, but we are in negotiation with a developer at the moment, and this site does fit with that development. It is a sustainable location in terms of its proximity to both the traffic lights and also the railway station, and we would please ask that members support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms James. Committee. Councillor Ingham.
Chair, I'm quite happy to propose this one goes for as an allocation. yes, there are concerns with regarding the flooding here, as you know, and the profound effects that has on the A376, but also the dynamics of Exton, in my opinion, have to be rectified. A considerable, huge amount of developments taken place in Exton over the last 30 years, but predominantly those have been significantly high value dwellings, and I'm looking forward to seeing a huge opportunity for mixed tenure of, social, affordable housing, so that we can make Exton a credible community where people don't have to commute to Exton to provide all the services that the geriatric community enjoy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ingham. That was a proposal. Are you seconding, Councillor Young?
Yes, I would second that, and just to add that to see the connection between resolving the flooding issue on Mill Lane and development at the same time, and it's good to hear that the landowner is working with their tenants to resolve this. When it gets to a planning application, obviously that would possibly be put into a Grampian order or something like that, but at this stage, I'm very happy with it. Thank you.
Okay, we have a proposal that the site goes forward for allocation then from Councillor Ingham, seconded by Councillor Young. All those in favour? Okay, that is carried. We move then to Wood 41. I have no registered speakers here. Councillor Ingham.
Propose we move on, Chair.
And that's seconded by Councillor Young. I think if it's not, there's anything to go by. Does anybody wish to speak? No. Okay, in which case, all those in favour of us moving on from this site? Yeah. That's unanimous. Okay, that brings us then to agenda item 9F, which we were supposed to start 3 hours ago. So thank you very much for your patience, Councillor Martin, and others here for the Budleigh and Raleigh sites. And with that then, well, Matt, do you want to give us an introduction to this?
Budleigh, we all know where Budleigh is, and it's a small town, and there's a series of sites that have come forward, and we start on 01 if it works for me.
Where is it in the settlement hierarchy, sorry?
It is in the third tier of the hierarchy.
Tier 3, okay. Thank you. Yes, indeed. Okay, Budleigh 01 then. We have first from Budleigh Town Council, Councillor Dorbar.
I'm happy for just to move on from the notes and just to respond to the yeses.
Okay, that's fine. We can work on that basis. Okay. In which case then, Ms. James for Budleigh 01.
So Budleigh 01 is a site that's proposed not to be allocated, but members, I think we should consider this to be an opportunity to provide a valuable and special site for Budleigh Salterton, which we believe actually should be a settlement in Tier 2 and have advocated this in your consultation. Due to the scale of this site, and it is large, I accept it is large, but I don't think it would all be developed. But this site could provide a scheme that delivers residential development alongside community and green infrastructure. This land has transport links and a close proximity to the town. Like our recent Greenway Lane development, and indeed Plum Park in Exmouth, this site could be designed with the Town Council as a high-quality landscape scheme that fits within the urban context and supports the town's businesses and facilities, which at the moment, I'm sure many of you agree, Budleigh really does need the support on its high street and with its businesses. And therefore, I would ask you, please, to consider allocating this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James. Could you come to the microphone if you want to speak, Councillor Dorbar? Thank you.
When I initially said I didn't want to respond, I didn't understand that someone else, my colleague here, was going to actually put forward the views.
Would you like
so,
3 minutes now then?
Okay. So, first of all, it needs to be recognised that Budleigh Salterton is the only town within the East Devon National Landscape, formerly the area of outstanding natural beauty, as you know. Grade 1 agricultural land is at a premium throughout the country, and loss of such land would be contrary to His Majesty's government's commitment to increase agricultural production and preserve the natural environment. Lack of planned infrastructure such as highways, schools, and I know that you've mentioned this at the very beginning, Chair, but these are very important factors to consider. Budleigh, for example, the medical centre and the school are very much at their maximum, and St Peter's is very close to being fully subscribed. So those are just a few points as to why I would want to put forward those views.
Thank you, Councillor Dorbar. Could you just turn your microphone off, please? Thank you. Okay, coming into committee then, do we have any members that wish to speak? Councillor Ingham.
Can I ask a question first, Chair?
A question of who?
That's the green wedge. What is the purpose of this green wedge?
Who wants that one?
Well, it was defined as a wedge to stop coalescence with Knoll Village and Budleigh Salterton Town.
So in that respect, this would effectively eliminate the green wedge. Does anybody else wish to speak? No? Okay, in which case then, I don't really see an alternative but to propose that we move on from this. Officers have recommended refusal. I don't disagree with anything in their assessment. So on that basis, I'll propose from the Chair that we move on from this site. Members, all those in favour, raise your hand, please. Okay, that's carried unanimously. That brings us then to Budleigh 02. Councillor Dorbar.
So, so I'm Richard Dorbar. I'm a councillor at Budleigh Salterton, and it's been a delight being here, despite the fact that I've been here for about 5 or more hours. It's been really interesting. And I'd just like to record how much we appreciate the enormous amount of work that's been put into this. It really is fantastic. And those documents, having been involved in creating documents at various points, I know how much is involved. I'm now about 1.5 minutes through, aren't I? So here we go. So just a few points then about this. As you recognise, Budleigh is the only town entirely within the East Devon area of outstanding natural beauty that I mentioned earlier, and as such is afforded a considerable level of protection. In their assessment of the site, EDDC acknowledged that there are not considered to be sufficient reasons to justify this scale of development in such a sensitive location. BSTC members, my council members wholeheartedly support this view, and grade 1 agricultural land, the same applies, is at a premium throughout the country, the loss of which I've mentioned earlier. It should also be recognised that the benefits of the landscape are very closely linked with tourism, and hence jobs in the development of the economy. So there has been, I think, yes, I've mentioned about the water source protection. Since it's grade 1, the agricultural land, which is also a drinking water source protection zone, and could also be at a high risk of flooding. This was mentioned in an earlier document we sent. And finally, there has been a resolution to the situation with the pathways to Evans Field. I think you're all very much aware of this, now the beaches, but that still needs to be sorted out as this moves forwards. And it would also be most helpful if the speed limit could be looked at, since we regard this as being problematic.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dorbar. Yes, the footpath does still need to be resolved, absolutely. And the speed limit one is something that will be looked at development management stage rather than here, but thank you for your comments. Mr. Coles, thank you for waiting.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, members. It's been a pleasure listening to the debate today. I represent Wayne Homes. Wayne Homes controls the site, Budleigh 02. We note that the officers are recommending that the site is allocated 25 dwellings, and we fully endorse the principle of the allocation, and we hope that you will endorse it as well. Your officers in their very comprehensive report have addressed very well the points raised by the Town Council. The national landscape point is covered off, and your officers think that development here would meet the very high bar national policy tests of exceptional circumstances. Budleigh is a Tier 3 settlement, but actually I endorse Miss James's points that we also think it's more of a Tier 2 settlement. It's got the highest level of any Tier 3 settlement in terms of services, facilities, and it really operates above the Tier 3 level. And therefore, we agree with your officers actually that it does justify a more strategic approach when considering site allocations. Now, we did have just one comment I'd like to make regarding the number 25. National landscape policies allowing, we have undertaken a very detailed assessment of the site's capacity. We've produced a detailed site layout and undertaken a proper landscape and visual impact assessment. I'm afraid we have a slight niggle in that we think that the site's capacity is closer to 35. Now, in an area of acute housing need, affordable housing need, that would give an extra 10 dwellings would give an extra at least 4 affordable dwellings. And the assessment that we've undertaken basically says that there would be extremely limited visual perception of a scheme of 35 units. Now, in language that I understand, that means you'd hardly see it. And so what we'd like to do, members, is ask you to consider, A, retaining the allocation. That's very important. We don't want to do anything to upset that particular apple cart. But we would like you to consider an allocation for 35 dwellings. And that would include, against your current policy requirements, at least 12 affordable dwellings to meet what you all acknowledge to be an acute affordable housing need in the district generally, but in particular in Budleigh. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Coles. For the benefit of members, as I'm advised by Mr. Freeman, the number that we put in the plan wouldn't affect what could be brought forward in a planning application. Ultimately, it's the principle that we're most concerned with today. I believe we have a statement from Councillor Charlotte Fitzgerald to be read out.
Thank you, Chair, if I may. So the statement reads as follows. This is from Councillor Fitzgerald. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak on the Budleigh and Raleigh sites. Family commitments prevent me attending today, but I would like to pass on my support for the sites selected for allocation in the Budleigh and Raleigh ward. Each of the 3 sites nominated for location, so that's Budleigh 02, eBud01 and Otto01 are supported by their respective town or parish councils. Some public consultation in the ward has shown that residents are broadly in favour of limited development to meet local need, especially where much needed affordable housing can be provided. All three sites have the potential to meet this need, albeit all have their individual challenges, which were discussed in detail at the working party session and are covered in the officer report. I therefore recommend these sites to the committee for allocation. That's from Councillor Charlotte Fitzgerald. Thank you, Chair.
Did I see a hand from you, Councillor Martin? No? Oh, okay. I've been misadvised. You are Councillor Martin, aren't you? That won't work. Did you want to speak? I just didn't know I was allowed, actually. Well, if you'd registered, but seeing as we've been a little bit lenient, if you want 3 minutes, you can have it. You will need to go to the lectern at the top because those won't work.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. The only thing I would say is I second what Councillor Fitzgerald has just said. We have liaised closely with the town and parish councils over all the sites that were proposed and gone through the consultation process as well with regards to the Green Wedge site. So the sites that have been given a yes on the proposal, all the parish and town councils are in support. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Committee then, does anybody wish to speak? Councillor Young?
Just for clarity, it says national landscape, no.
Yes, that's wrong. It should say
yes. So just pointing that out. Yeah, I'm disappointed that 25 houses, or it might be 30 odd houses for Budleigh Salterton. It seems a very small quantity when you compare it with some of the villages that are getting a lot more.
Absolutely.
So maybe when we're looking for more numbers, we need to return to.
Just as we may need to revisit some of those allocations in the Green Wedge, between Lympstone and Exmouth, which of course have less protection in law and planning policy than national landscapes do.
Yeah, but bearing in mind, Budleigh is a large town, and 25 extra houses is not going to help the town expand. That they have got concerns about their shops, etc., and that they're not getting much new housing. So there's the swings and roundabouts on everything, isn't there?
Indeed.
But I think we should support this application.
Okay.
So
is that proposal?
That's my proposal.
Okay, I'll second that proposal then. Does anybody have anything to add that isn't disagreeing with me about the Lympstone Green Wedge?
Yes.
Councillor Ingham. Microphone.
I think we have to be careful on that because what we're saying on here, as was highlighted by on behalf of one of the landowners, that this is in tier 3, and in the opinion of the landowner, it should be in tier 2, and that's why they have, or one of the reasons why they put, was it bottle 1, wasn't it? You know, with the 300.
Yes.
So there's a significant difference. Lympstone's already allocated more than Budleigh, you know, and Lympstone's what.
I appreciate the point you're trying to make, but
that's okay.
I think we're agreed on the allocation.
Yes, but
so can we?
You did wind me up, Chair. That's why I spoke. So, you know.
I think that's part of my job as the chair, isn't it? Okay. Shall we take us to a vote then? We have a proposal from Councillor Young, seconded by myself. The Budleigh 02 goes forward as an allocation. All those in favour? Okay. Budleigh 03, Councillor Dorbar.
Nothing to say on this one. Thank you very much.
Okay, is that going to change after Ms. James speaks in a minute? Very good. Well, seeing as the audience is quite small, I think we'll allow it. Ms. James.
Members, in the context of what we've just heard about Budleigh 02, I would please ask you to reconsider the allocation of this particular site. And in fact, many ways, the argument for this site and the adjoining site, Budleigh 03, it applies. I also think that by allocating both sites, not only would there be additional housing, which some of you as members have pointed out Budleigh Salterton may need, I think we have a greater opportunity to provide more affordable housing, a greater mix of housing types and size. And in fact, our scoping of this land shows that we could put somewhere in the region of 44 houses on it. By placing this allocation on as well, there's greater B&G and green infrastructure, public space and amenity. But actually, more importantly, is this not the gateway to some of the solutions for sustainable travel? In fact, this is the land that joins onto Barn Lane that then leads to the primary school, the football club and the recreation ground. I therefore believe that this site would provide safe access into the town. I think it could be designed in a way that would be minimal impact for the national landscape. And again, whilst we hold that national landscape really dear to our heart, the estate has 25% of it. It does need to be a living, working landscape with appropriately placed development to support communities. So therefore, members, I would ask you please just to reconsider the allocation on this site in light of what I and others have said today. Thank you.
On that point then, could I perhaps just ask officers to give us a bit of a précis about why the recommendation differs between Bud 02 and Bud 03?
If I start and then Matt can add in, but perhaps he can switch it to HDMI 2 for me. I think the big difference between the two is the visibility in terms of the landscape. As you've heard, both sites are in the national landscape. This is street view looking from the B3178 across to the sites. So what you've got is Bear Lane down here. You can see Budleigh 03, which is this field here. Budleigh 02 is sort of behind the line of trees in the background. So in terms of the views into that site from the public domain, I think the assessment was that Budleigh 03 was much more visible in the landscape than Budleigh 02, and hence much more harmful in terms of its impact on the national landscape, which, as I said earlier, it should have the highest level of landscape protection, which is why you don't have so many allocations at Budleigh Salterton, because it's washed over national landscape compared to other settlements where that constraint doesn't apply. So I think that's the main distinction between the two. I don't know if Matt has anything to add. No, I think that's the main one.
Councillor Dawbar, did you want to add anything? Okay. Okay, thank you. In which case, coming into committee then, Councillor Ingham.
See that photograph again, please? Is that possible? So is that right that 02 is the other side of that hedge, the first hedge going across the screen, and 03 is this side of the hedge? Or is all of that 03?
03 is the other side of that hedge you see on the left of the picture.
Oh, right, okay, thank you.
02 is beyond again.
Yeah, 02 is beyond the tree line.
Thank you. So can I ask another question then, Chair? With that in mind, so what is more or less sacrosanct in the eyes of our officers the coalescence, the other side of the ridge, yes, or O3 here. Yeah, the green wedge is there to prevent. No, the first site we were discussing.
Last site, yeah, that was in a green wedge.
Yes. So, are you telling us that this site is higher up the the ladder of being sacrosanct, that we should protect it, than the green wedge, which is effectively some considerable distance over the other side of the.
As I said earlier in the meeting, the national landscape is the highest level of landscape protection. Local landscape designations, well, it's not really a landscape designation, but green wedges, coastal preservation areas, are way down in their significance in terms of planning policy compared to national landscape. So we should be giving very substantial weight to the national landscape and protecting it wherever possible.
Yes, but sorry, carry on.
I was just going to say the only reason that you've got recommended sites for allocation that are in the national landscape in this meeting and other meetings is because we are so struggling to find suitable sites. But really, we should be avoiding the national landscapes if we possibly can, which is the point I tried to make earlier about other sites that were taken out earlier in the meeting because they were in green wedges, coastal preservation areas, and then you've subsequently put in sites that are in the national landscape, admittedly sites that we've recommended as officers, but they were in addition to those within the green wedges and coastal preservation areas. So I think we have a slight imbalance at the moment that we'll need to come back to, I suspect.
Well, it's just that for Budleigh, in fairly close proximity, you've recommended a site that's within the national landscape in preference to...
The other one's in the national landscape as well as a green.
Sorry, thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else on committee wish to speak? Councillor Davey.
Just to point out that Devon County Education do state there's insufficient primary capacity. They've said this for both sites, actually, O2 and O3. Although they do say there's insufficient primary capacity for the levels of development, although there's some limited primary capacity. So I think they probably meant secondary, and that appears in both reports. And also that both are on grade 1 farmland, which is also within water catchment area. So at first I wondered why there was this distinction between O2 and O3, but I do think it is because of the greater visibility of O3, and as we are talking about a national landscape, I think that has to be a factor. So I'm happy to move on from that one.
Is that proposal?
Yeah, I'm happy to propose
Okay.
if nobody has already.
Okay, Councillor Davey proposes that we move on. Are you poised?
I want to speak, but I don't want to second it.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Davies' proposal? Sorry, yes, proposal to move on. I'll second that for the sake of expediency. Councillor Howe.
And I suppose why we're rather reticent at saying move on this is because if we join the two sites, and although there's two landowners and everything else, you will get a better development by combining them. And that's the issue, is we are quite rightly protecting national landscape, and particularly because this site is more visible. But if you combine the two, put a footpath through and everything else, you would actually deliver a better site with better functionality if we allow it. But at the same time, I think we should come back to it to allow it, if you get my meaning, rather than make that decision here.
Okay, that sounds like agreeing with moving on then, to me.
I'll
I'll take us to a vote on this one then. The proposal by Councillor Davey, seconded by myself, is that we move on from Budleigh 03. Those in favour? That's 4. Those against? That's one. Those abstaining? That's one. Okay. Budleigh 05, Little Knoll. Councillor Dorbar.
So, the council, Budleigh Council agrees with EDDC's view that the existing field formations form an attractive feature in the street scene and is at risk of flooding. And so all I can say on this is that, yes, we did initially oppose the development on this site and support what you propose. Sorry, I don't have any more to say on that.
That's okay. We're not going to object to contributors saying less. That's fine. Ms. James.
Budleigh 05 is a site that lies within an urban context with good connectivity to Budleigh Salterton's facilities. And it's on a road that has historically accepted infill sites and conversions. It's a small site, some of it is in the flood prevention, but on the scope that we've done, it could support 5 small units as a modest development, impacting probably less than 50% of the site and providing BNG on the remainder of that area. And we would please ask members to consider this for allocation. Thank you.
Does anybody on committee wish to speak? Bearing in mind this is a proposed allocation for only 5 homes, so it barely meets the threshold.
Happy to move on, Chair.
Okay, I'll move from the chair then that we move on from Budleigh 05. Those in favour, please raise your hands. Those against? 1, and those abstaining? 1. Okay. Budleigh 06, Budleigh Salterton Community Hospital. Councillor Dorbar.
So, here we are. Sadly, I had some personal experience of this. I actually hurt my leg quite badly and had to go for physiotherapy, and I went to this incredible community hospital, which is only a stone's throw away from where I'm fortunate to live. So the site has been developed as a flagship community health hub, and indeed it is by any standards, serving not only Budleigh Salterton, but also Woodbury and Exmouth. It provides extraordinary facilities for rehabilitation and has a great sense of community, helping people with aspects of dementia, and it means that people don't have a long way to travel to go to get the support they need. Senior government ministers have supported this development, commending it as an exciting and important new approach to healthcare, which I think it really is. However, in a curious way, it's harking back to many years ago when there used to be cottage hospitals, as they were called. But the hub has saved the NHS in excess of £340,000 annually, well supported by the community, as I said, and so therefore we really vigorously oppose any development on this site because of what I've just said. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dorbar. I have no one else registered to speak. I think personally this one is a no-brainer for many of the reasons you've just set out, so I'll move from the chair that we move on. Does anybody want to add anything? No? Okay. In that case, those in favour of the proposal to move on? That's unanimous. Okay. That brings us then to East Budleigh 01, land off Frogmore Road. And here again, we have a conflict in the running orders. Okay, East Budleigh 01. I have Ms. James.
So some of you will remember that this site was previously subject to a planning application for 18 dwellings. It was withdrawn by my colleagues at the time in 2016 as the new local plan did not support it. This application was at the time supported by the parish council and members as a preferred site, and there was no technical reason at the time not to grant consent. We later applied for planning for 5 dwellings and have subsequently sold it to a local developer. You'll know that it hasn't been developed out yet. He's finding it incredibly difficult to find an affordable housing provider as they need scale to proceed. East Budleigh, and I need to declare an interest, I am a resident in East Budleigh, but it's a thriving community-led settlement with a school, and I was previously a governor there. At the moment, the roll of the school is less than 40. Otterton is around 50, so there are local primary places available. But it has a school, a community owned pub and a community-owned shop, church, meeting halls, recreation grounds, playgrounds. And it's not full of older retired people, it is full of young families. But it needs housing to support the assets, particularly the school. East Budleigh 1 is a viable site, it has good connections, it's opposite the bus stops, and we would please ask that you support this application and that we can deliver some affordable housing in the village of East Budleigh. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms James. Coming into committee, does anybody wish to speak? Councillor Young?
Yeah, my only concern is it's basically on the opposite side to most of the village, and crossing the road could be a problem. But other than that, I would support this recommendation.
Is that
that's my
proposal? Seconded, Councillor Ingham. Okay, anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Davey?
Yeah, I know this area quite well. I quite often walk through there. Yeah, the crossing the road can be tricky, but it can be done. You know, I do it quite regularly. There is a 30-mile-an-hour limit through the village, which is a little bit ignored, like most 30-mile-an-hour limits, particularly through villages. There is a sort of advisory speed camera which does have some effect on speed sometimes. Yeah, I think it's a sensible allocation. I'm pleased to hear that it would bring forward affordable housing yeah, expand the village slightly.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Davey. If there are no further contributors then, we'll move to a vote on Councillor Young's proposal, seconded by Councillor Ingham, that site EBUD 01 is allocated. Members, if you agree, that's unanimous. Okay, that brings us then to the last set of site allocation decisions, Otto 01. And I have Ms James.
I've only got a couple more sites to go and then I'll be quiet, thank you. Otterton is a thriving community and it has a large number of young families. The estate owns about 60 houses within the village, and we know that there is significant demand for housing. It's a really sustainable village. It's got a school, a pub, a community-run shop, Otterton Mill, hairdressers, and it's on a good bus route with buses that go to Sidmouth and Exmouth that then connect on to Exeter and the train facilities in Exmouth. All these facilities need support, and I understand from reading the neighbourhood plan that around 10% of the houses within Otterton are indeed second homes or holiday lets. The estate owns, as I said, a number of rental properties, and we can evidence up to 10 applicants for each of those properties, and they're like hen's teeth at the moment. As a previous governor of the school, I also know the pressures of the small school and the need to attract young families. If you can get more in the school, you can do your wraparound care that then allow working parents to send their children to their local school. It's so important. Otto 1 is a centrally located site, good access, right in the heart of the village, and I think that it could provide a real mix of housing that the village requires. It can provide public open space and facilities for the village. The current play park is quite away from the centre. Families find it hard to take their children up there or let them play on their own, and this could be a place for that. And I think it wouldn't necessarily be a dense developed site, that wouldn't be right in Otterton, so therefore provision of green infrastructure and BNG could be provided on this site. And we ask members please to continue your recommendation for allocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms James. Members, does anybody wish to speak?
Yeah,
Councillor Howe?
happy to recommend.
Okay, seconding Councillor Ingham? Okay, any further comments? No, okay, in which case those in favour of the proposal by Councillor Howe, seconded by Councillor Ingham, to allocate the site. Okay, thank you very much, members. Otto 02, Ms James, your last appearance, I believe.
You've all been very tolerant. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time this afternoon, and also thank you for the papers. Really detailed work. I know how much effort has gone into this section of your local plan. Otto 2, I think this, members, is a missed opportunity if it's not allocated. I don't need to tell you, I just have, how incredibly sustainable Otterton is. But this is an infill site that could take an allocation of 8 dwellings. And we have scoped this, and access can be provided off the road over the stream, but it is a viable site. As adjoining landowners, we can provide a footpath to access to the village and the bus stop. Previous development to the north wasn't able to provide that, and residents have to walk on the road. The layout shows that development should be away from the stream because of the flood risk zone, and there's a huge provision of open space with about 50% available for BNG and other green infrastructure. I would like to refute the claim that the land is possibly contaminated from the steel fabricators. I'm not quite sure where that evidence has come from, but this land has always been pony paddock and private garden, and there is no evidence on site of contamination. But obviously, if this was brought forward to a planning allocation, ground surveys would be carried out, but I don't have any evidence of that contamination. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms James. Members, Councillor Young.
Can I ask why it was rejected? Because, but the site above was approved, and that goes across the flood area there. That was approved beyond Ulster.
Mr Dickens.
Yeah, there was certainly flooding concerns in assessment work that was undertaken. I think part of the conclusion we reached through the working party or discussions was that it could be a site that falls within development boundaries, which would not prevent then a development scheme coming forward. It would clearly rest on the applicant to be able to demonstrate, if that were the case, that flooding concerns could be overcome and to do the relevant work to do so.
Does that answer your question satisfactorily, Councillor Young? Okay. Councillor Ingham.
In which case, Chair, I'd like to propose that this goes forward as an allocated site.
I think, if I may, Chair, I think the other issue with this site, if I recall, was once you remove the flood zone part of the site, the yield of the remainder part of the site is probably less than our threshold of 5 or more dwellings. Is that right, Matt? I'm just looking on the plan, it looks quite small by the time you've taken out the flood zone, and I think we've got a yield of 8 across the whole site. So I seem to recall that coming up, but maybe it's just me.
maybe 6 small houses would fit on. Maybe it would come under that threshold. It'd be tight. I don't think it would be. It wouldn't be the 8, I presume. It would be somewhere between 4 or 5 and, well, 4 or 5 maybe.
Okay, well, either way, we have a proposal. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Ingham's proposal? Councillor Young? Okay, does anybody else wish to speak? No? Councillor Davey?
Well, yeah, just to say, again, looking at it on the map, it does appear to be an infill site between 2 developments. I don't know what the flooding is like around there. I mean, I have gone round there and haven't seen any, but no doubt if it's mapped as being in the flood zone, it presumably is. I think I heard that they can still fit 8 houses in, even allowing for the flood zone, so it could go forward as an allocation.
I think we were concluding that it would be less than 8, that the 8 was based on in total site area, but you might still get 5 on the remainder.
Either way, we have a proposal and a seconder. I'm going to take us forward to a vote. Proposed by Councillor Ingham, seconded by Councillor Young, that this is an allocation in the plan, contrary to officer recommendation. Those in favour? That's 5. Those against is going to be nobody because I'm abstaining. Which brings us to Otto. It's listed as Otto 15 on this piece of paper. I think it's Otto 03 that's next. We have nobody registered to speak. Does anybody on committee wish to speak? No? Okay, in which case I'll move from the chair that we move on from this site. All those in favour? Okay, that's carried. And last but by no means least, Otto 04, Ride and Close. Again, nobody registered to speak. Does anybody wish to speak on this application? No? Okay, in which case I'll move from the chair that we move on from this site. All those in favour? Okay, that brings us to the end of the site allocations. There are 2 other items. I think they're just on there appendices to notes. Okay, so there's nothing for us to consider there. In which case, at 17:43, that brings us to the end of Strategic Planning Committee for today. Thank you, members who are still here, and thank you to the ghosts of members past who are no longer, and see you all next week.